I had this conversation last night and I feel you may want to hear about it. So I have been trying my damn hardest, team. I've been trying my damn hardest to not give in to the new year, new me rhetoric. But I'm also combating this thought or realization or this goal that I do want to be fitter.
Resisting the temptation of setting goals for self-improvement? So brave. Who needs progress when you can just sit there and manifest fitness instead?
When I think about my lifestyle, it's very sedentary. You know, like I wake up, I walk upstairs to my office, I work all day, I'll get up for lunch, sure, but then after that, then I just eat dinner and sit on the sofa. It's very sedentary. I don't move a lot. I have a standing desk, which I use, and I'm very thankful for because it does like help me stretch my back out. I'm not where I want to be in terms of like kind of fitness and stamina. Because I used to walk to the office, thinking a lot about, okay, well, cool, how do I hit those fitness goals? And I was talking to my therapist about it, and she was saying, well, what does fitness look like to you? And I was like, right, well, I get up.
What does fitness look like to you? But fitness is nothing subjective. Fitness is the condition of being physically fit and healthy.
She was saying, well, what does fitness look like to you? And I was like, right, well, I'll get up at 6:30 and I'll walk to the gym, I'll do 40 minutes in the gym, and I'll just do that every day. That's what I thought it should be. She called it functional fitness because she said, what do you want to do? I was like, I just want to be able to walk. I'd love to be able to walk like an hour and not have to keep pausing for breaks. I'd love to be able to like see a hill and not be worried about tackling it. And she said, it's just functional fitness. You don't need a gym for functional fitness. You just need to just incorporate a little bit more movement. She was like, going for a walk after every meal for 10 minutes would be much more beneficial to you and your goals than going to the gym for an hour every morning.
You know what would be even more beneficial? To focus more on your diet instead of exercise. In your case, you cannot outwalk a bad diet.
Going for a walk after every meal for 10 minutes would be much more beneficial to you and your goals than going to the gym for an hour every morning, because it's more functional to you and your needs and to your lifestyle. And I don't know, for me, it just took the pressure off. And it's just this idea of like, we're so conditioned to see fitness and exercise as this almost like punishing thing. And as much as I feel like I've done so much unlearning with diet culture, obviously there's still stuff in here because I've been engrossed in diet culture for most of my life and I didn't even realize it. So in case you didn't realize it, I wanted to share those thoughts. And yeah, I think once I've got into a better place with understanding kind of like the nutrition levels of my body, kind of got the testing back, when you understand more about my body, I'm going to start incorporating that movement a bit more into my life and see where we go from there. But I guess, what's my story?
Stay home and eat? Imagine thinking fitness requires effort. Clearly, the solution is to reject that entirely and redefine exercise as standing up occasionally.
I guess, what's my story? Moral of the story? Just take it easy. Like you don't need to go hell for leather. You could just take the pressure off, be kinder to yourself, and what works for you.
I want to go back to what your therapist said. 10 minutes walk after every meal. So let's say you probably have 5 or 6 meals, which means 1 hour walk. Is better that 1 hour spent at the gym? What do you all think? Which one is better? Or should we abolish the gym and replace it with casual strolls to the fridge? Let me know in the comments.
There are so many ideas surrounding diet and working out. And in the end, what is right for yourself is different than what everybody else is doing. Thank you for reminding me.
But clearly her ways don't work.
They've tried for 4 kids, all success, but none have popped out yet. Ignore all the bad comments, you're bigger than that. Queen-sized bed, bed-sized queen. You're gonna need a crown as a ring, considering this as polygamy things we do for PS5. Look at God, she looks like she's tons of fun. Guys don't make fun of them, I'm sure he weighed his options. If she puts on a belt, she becomes sadder. She attracted him by gravitation. She looks like she's talking about blood.
She definitely waited for the right man.
That was his big moment.
Kids in China worked non-stop for a week to make that dress.
Wait a minute.
If you Google parks with exercise equipment, you may have one close to you. I wanted to share this to show that you don't need a gym membership.
Yes, but how much stimulus is this? You may be better just walking.
Blood is just spinning around.
Me personally, I wouldn't start at a children's playground, but okay.
What exactly does this do?
Gets you moving, which is exercise itself.
Seems like it's working.
Results are showing.
Clearly it's working. Looks like it's working great.
How do I achieve this build? What muscle group is this exercising?
Celebrating 8 months of gym consistency.
After 8 months, she lost 37 weeks. Her favorite machine in the gym is the vending machine. Did she wait outside? Did she spend 8 months at a buffet? 8 months of what? 8 months of dilly-dally. Before and before, no changes in her body's tally. Was consistency in the video with us? Think you forgot to add the other 7 months? I feel like she got bigger than before. Did she only come in for the video?
The day she didn't skip is cheat day. 8-month bulk.
Welcome back to my new series, everybody, where I teach you about things that are fat phobic that you may not have known are fat phobic. Part 7, I believe. So we're gonna take it back to clothing, okay? When a brand doesn't make clothes that fit everybody, that's fat phobia. It's a form of fat phobia. When a brand only goes up to a 3X, ring-a-ding-ding, fat phobia.
Wait, why only 3? Why specifically 3X? Why not 2 or 10? Or why not even 15XL? Why 3?
When stores do not carry their plus sizes in store, ring-a-ding-ding, fat phobia. There's a lot of instances within clothing where there is fat phobia, whether it comes to pattern design, the selection, the choices, even the fact that a lot of plus size clothing is ugly. That's a form of fat phobia.
Ugly? But isn't that opinion based? I say you're ugly, but you say you're not.
Because people think that fat people don't deserve to have stylish clothing and clothing that looks good. Like, that's a form of fat phobia. Did you learn anything from this video? Let me know down below and stay tuned for the next part.
I think you should learn that fat phobia is healthy. Visceral fat is indeed something to be afraid of.
I did learn a lot, thank you. It also seems that fat phobia is a bad business move. Imagine hating fat bodies so much that you miss out on profit by pretending that the average grown woman is a size 2.
Oh yay, thank you. Yes, I think it's a bad business move too. There are reasons why. Some thin folks won't shop at places that carry plus size because of exclusivity, but still bad business emo.
Businesswomen. Businesswomen all around. Brands, let Marissa be your next CEO. She knows so much.
Does that mean we could sue these companies? 'Cause like growing up I was humiliated going to the mall with my friends and not being able to buy at name brand store. That mentally mess with me.
This is the only bowl that's clean. It's huge. Anyways, it is past 3 a.m. and I haven't eaten all day. Such a bad habit. So. There's just a little bit more. I just want to say, like, this is a lot of cereal. When I film my mukbangs, I try to eat just a little bit more than I normally would, because no, I would never eat this much. People are saying that I'm eating too little in a mukbang. People are saying I'm doing mukbangs wrong. I don't even know anymore. I just do it because why not? Cereal is one of them foods that I probably eat the fastest. Normally, I'll drink the milk, but this was just too much. Done.
Haven't eaten all day. Man, the day just started.
Normally I'll drink the milk, but this is too much. Proceeds to drink milk.
Here is a random wellness tip. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night. Create a calming bedtime routine and stick to consistent sleep and wake times.
I worked so hard for this day and it is finally here. You can get my book, Take Up Space, y'all, and it is available wherever books are sold, and you can order it for pre-order and it comes out next year, and buy it for the kids in your life, the teens in your life, because it is a very special book and we talk about things that I didn't get to talk about when I was younger and things I didn't even know about until later in life. And it's a safe, beautiful book and you guys are gonna love it.
This is a perfect gift for your enemy. Make them fat.
You can't even stand up and speak without being out of breath, and you want kids to listen to anything you have to say? Are you drunk or just insane?
They will always find a way to justify it.
If you see no problem with this, you are the problem.
F body positivity. If you above average, eat less.
This was enough motivation. I'm going to the gym today.
But I am genetically like this. It's not my fault.
Here is a wellness tip. Exercise boosts mood, energy, and overall health. Find an activity you enjoy, whether it's yoga, walking, dancing, or strength training.
Hi there, friends. This is just a friendly reminder that diets don't work, so don't do them because they don't work. If they worked, then you would never have to do another diet again, but they don't work.
Soaps don't work. If soaps worked, then you would never have to wash again.
So what works then? Just curious.
Diets don't work. Or else why would someone who lost even hundreds of pounds still have to keep weighing in and restricting and living in fear of weight gain? Life's too short, just eat, people.
Hey, this is for the whale on the end. You said you have 5 kids, but have any of them popped out yet?
When being offensive was an appreciated art form.
We used to be a proper country.
If bro said that in 2024 bro would be facing felony charges. Those were the good old times.
Here is a wellness tip. Spend time outdoors. Nature is a powerful mood booster. Take a walk, sit in a park, or simply enjoy some fresh air and sunshine.
For years, we've been told fat is the enemy, that our bodies are the problem. But here's the truth. The real issue isn't our bodies, it's the system that profits off of our oppression. From the sugar industry to the diet industry, it created the problem and then sold us the solution. Let's start with the sugar industry. In the 1960s, they funded studies that blamed fat for heart disease. They shifted the focus away from the real culprit sugar and pushed the low-fat craze. What came next? A booming diet industry, worth over $70 billion a year. This industry thrives off of telling us we need to shrink our bodies to be valuable. The sugar industry didn't just manipulate marketing, they went as far as funding biased research, using science to back up their false claims and shift the blame onto fat. This manipulation created a false narrative that still impacts public health today.
Yes, no way you are to blame.
This image, constantly pushed by diet culture, shows us the ideal, but it's based on lies. Science, funded by industries like Big Sugar, has led us to believe that being thin equals being healthy and that fat is the enemy. While they work to make sugar a hidden ingredient in nearly everything we eat, they convinced us that it was our fat bodies we should be worried about. They sell the idea that thinness equals worth and health, and that message is everywhere. What's really happening? They've created lifelong customers out of fat people, selling us products, surgeries, and programs to chase unattainable body ideals. The health industry isn't innocent either. Doctors are often trained to treat fat, not illness. How many fat people have you heard of being misdiagnosed, ignored, or dismissed because the first assumption is always about their weight?
Well, why is the narrative thin equals health bad?
The system profits from weight loss treatments, surgeries, and medications instead of addressing the real root causes of health issues. That's what happens when the system focuses on weight instead of health. Fat people aren't the problem. We're not lazy or unhealthy just because of our bodies. The real villains are the industries that profit off our oppression. Industries that create the problem and then sell us a so-called solution. It's time we start focusing on the real issue, the system that profits from our fat bodies. The sugar industry, the diet industry, the healthcare system, they've all been profiting off of fat oppression for too long. But we can change this. Fat liberation isn't just about size, it's about dismantling the systems that profit from our pain. Let's stop letting industries lie to us. Let's reclaim our power.
I think only the fast food industry profits off of you, and everything else suffer, the society in general.
We're not the problem. The system is, and together we can fight for a world where fat people are treated with the respect, care, and dignity we deserve. Let's take the power back. Loving your body in a world built on shaming fatness is revolutionary. Every time you reject their standards, you reject a system that profits off making us feel unworthy. This is more than self-love, it's dismantling a lie that's been sold to all of us. Love your body, fight the stigma, and demand better, because freedom starts with rejecting the lies.
You can't even walk without assistance. Don't blame others, blame yourself.
This isn't true lol, but even if it were, blaming others isn't the point. Blaming me for my body isn't going to fix anything.
But didn't you blame others?
Hi, I'm Kiko. I'm 23. I go to UCSB and I also bartend.
My name is Optimus Prime. We are autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron.
What did Optimus Prime do to get this much hate lol damn? Definitely downloaded the wrong Transformers movie. My eyes are bleeding.
Here is a wellness tip. Declutter your space. A clean, organized environment can reduce stress and promote a sense of calm and control.
Oh, I'm unhealthy because I'm fat?
Literally, yes.
Yeah.
Come with me to establish care with a new provider in my hometown, Kennewick, Washington. If you're plus size, seeing a new provider can come with a lot of anxiety and worry. As you can see, I was anxious.
You should approach these situations with less defensiveness and more openness to feedback.
There are a few things I do to prepare for seeing a new provider as a plus-size individual. First, I make a list of my health concerns and goals for the appointment so I can keep the conversation on track. I put these in my notes app on my phone. At the start of the visit, I set boundaries by saying something like, I have certain issues I'd like to focus on, and I'd like to not discuss weight or weight loss. If the topic comes up, I redirect by asking for weight-neutral treatments or evidence-based solutions for my symptoms.
This is where this takes a problematic turn. By outright banning discussions of weight, you potentially exclude a factor that is highly relevant to many health conditions. Good doctors consider weight as part of a holistic health approach. It's not about shaming. It's about addressing risks tied to obesity.
In my notes app, I will also write affirmations like my body deserves respect no matter its size to remind myself I'm in control of the appointment.
The idea of being in control of a medical appointment undermines the doctor's expertise.
Sometimes I'll bring a trusted friend for support or take notes to stay focused. I'm going to address in another video what I do if I feel disrespected or dismissed. It's taken me a long time to learn to advocate for myself, and now I want to share with you what I've learned. Honestly, to my surprise, this doctor's appointment was one of the best I've ever had in my entire life. I felt so seen, heard, and understood. Honestly, advocating for yourself is where it's at.
Filtering out critical health discussions under the guise of protecting feelings is dumb. Avoiding weight as topic is counterproductive in medical contexts. What do you think? Should doctors be more accommodating to these boundaries, or is this approach too extreme? Let me know in the comments below.
Does a BP cuff on a forearm? I thought it needs to be on the upper arm or wrist cuff.
It's supposed to be, but...
Advocate for yourself equals don't tell me being fat is unhealthy.
Honey, you are not advocating for yourself. You're ignoring the inevitable. Your lifestyle is not sustainable.
I want to focus on health but not what's making me unhealthy.
Here is a thought that bothers me. How come you demand doctors to care about your health when you don't in the first place? And why even bother going when you reject doctors' opinions?
The guy had a crush on me at Burger King because he gave me 3 sauces, and usually they forget my sauce. I think that's like a little way of him saying, yeah, you're cute.
You know, for those of you that know me, I have never given a fuck what people thought about me, what they felt about how I show up in the world. But one thing I know for sure is that we are stepping into the new year not apologizing to those that don't like how we show up in this world. You don't like how I look? That's not my problem. You don't like how I dress? I don't care. You don't like how I smell? We'll get into it. I actually smell really good.
This kind of rhetoric feels more defensive than confident. Instead of focusing on personal growth or shared understanding, it creates an us versus them dynamic.
You don't like me? I don't care. I don't care. The me that cared, she's staying in 2024. 2024 broke me. It almost broke me. And I just was like, no, I'm not doing this. I don't claim this. So we are not apologizing. We are taking up all of the space in 2025 and the foreseeable future. And if somebody doesn't like it, guess what? We don't care. We don't. And that's that.
Confidence is about embracing yourself without needing to shout down criticism. What do you think? Does this message miss the mark?
Yes, Queen. Take the space. No exceptions. No apologies. Doing the damn thing.
Dish. I've never been able to stay smelling good. What's your secret?
But your face does not match what you are saying. You seem scared, angry, and unsure. This is not empowering.
Lifeless. Hello.
Sure, let me explain. So the body positive movement originally was created by fat black women and disabled bodies for themselves and marginalized people. But thin white women wanted to jump on the train of body love and body acceptance and inserted themselves into a movement that is meant for marginalized bodies when thin people are not marginalized for their bodies. Therefore, they co-opted a movement not meant for them, which ended up pushing out all the fat people and our fat voices and highlighted thin people and thin people's voices. Therefore, the movement then now changed to, oh, I love my body, even though that was not its original main purpose. So the video that I made was me calling out the thin people who co-opted a movement not meant for them, and that screaming was their reaction because they don't want to take accountability. Hope that makes sense.
But isn't inclusivity the goal? Why gatekeeping? Does this approach help or hurt the movement?
Thanks, it does make total sense now. It made me wonder though, whether guys who like full-figured women are welcome. Chubby chasers / fat admirers.
I don't think even Marissa herself believes all the nonsense she talks.
I really don't know what's gotten into me recently.
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chicken, turkeys, rabbits.
You cannot make this up. Macy's couldn't find a plus size mannequin, so they literally dressed the skinny mannequin like this to stretch the shirt out enough. You cannot make this up. This is how small this mannequin is. Like, this is not a plus size mannequin. What are we doing? Is it that hard to get a plus size mannequin?
You are now demanding plus-size mannequins? WTF? This is also a problem for you? Isn't this too much? The mannequin is maybe fat-phobic. So what?
Is it really that deep?
How is Macy's running out of plus-size mannequins disrespectful to her? She's looking for problems.
Now we are mad at mannequins.
No plus-size mannequins? I think that is a huge problem, but you can survive this. You will be fine. It will be okay. Don't panic.
I want you to try this because it's the green vegetable. Every time I've tried to cook her a little something extra, she just refuses. Just try a little taste.
Let's finish with some inspiration, and thank you for watching.
They refuse to push me in a wheelchair.
The BMI is an outdated method.
Let's stop promoting disordered eating.
Don't be like this.
Alright, listen up. It's your girl Jay, and I got something to say right now, right here. Today, I want to go ahead and talk about SeaTac Airport. You hear that plane? Well, I'm staying right outside SeaTac right now at an incredible hotel that I've gotten to partner with. But I have something to say, and I think you want to hear it. If you're familiar with my experience at SeaTac, where they refused to push me in a wheelchair, you saw that video, and they refused to push me because I was too fat.
They didn't refuse. They were physically incapable. Expecting employees to exert themselves beyond their physical capacity isn't at all unreasonable.
And they had absolutely no consideration for my physical health, my well-being, my needs, none of the above. Well, I thought maybe I was the only person that happened to experience that, and it was just something that was really uncommon. And then I talked to someone incredible in our community, and they're a much smaller fat person than I am, and they experienced the same damn thing. Then I talked to someone else who has also experienced something very similar. And you know what? Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. All SeaTac employees should go to the gym to gain strength.
You know what? Enough is enough. If you've ever had a bad experience with SeaTac, we would love for you to come out and be part of the protest. Let's show them that they cannot treat people like this. They cannot treat anyone like this, and they cannot treat fat people like this. This is unacceptable, and it's discrimination, and it will not be tolerated any longer. So if you want to be a part of this protest, DM me tonight, DM me tomorrow, but let's go ahead and make it happen. We will be at SeaTac Airport Tuesday, February 4th. If you want to protest at SeaTac in solidarity with me, come on by. If you see me at SeaTac, please come up and say hello. Stand in solidarity with us. SeaTac will be held accountable for their actions. We will not stand for this any longer. If you've had an experience like this, please share it with me via DM or drop it in the comments. Let's start the conversation because this needs to be talked about.
Expecting other people to physically struggle for your convenience isn't exactly the social justice flex you think it is.
Yeah, and my bag was too heavy.
I loved your work in Return of the Jedi.
Star Wars, Rise of the Blood Pressure.
Who's gonna push them around the protest?
It's unfair to ask workers to risk their bodies and very livelihoods for her leisure and travel.
Please keep up. I'm your huge fan. You're my massive inspiration.
And they were discriminating my bag because it was over the weight limit.
They have no consideration of your health. I think it's you that don't have any consideration of your own health.
Holding a sign to protest is a good choice since you can barely speak. Let's watch the video. I think this is the one she is referring to.
My ordeal at SeaTac Airport will shock you. This experience I'm about to share with you is yet another example of why employee sensitivity training, a demand outlined in the plus-size travel petition, is desperately needed.
Yes, the real crisis of our time. Forget economic struggles, political corruption, or global conflicts. What we really need is training, so employees can be more enthusiastic about pushing heavy objects uphill.
I'm a plus-size wheelchair user and on a recent flight to the SeaTac Airport. I requested wheelchair assistance, as I always do. When it came time for me to deplane, I saw the employee who would be assisting me with my wheelchair waiting for me in the entry of the jet bridge. As I approached her and she realized she'd be assisting me and not one of the smaller passengers, she started to walk away with the wheelchair while making comments about my size.
How dare this employee suddenly realize physics exists?
Even when I told her I really needed the chair and needed her to let me sit down in it, she blatantly ignored me and kept walking. I was then forced to walk up one of the longest jet bridges I've encountered and she didn't stop. By the time she let me reach the wheelchair and sit down, my lips were white. My oxygen levels had dropped and I almost fainted. This was my first time flying without oxygen. This woman just assumed I could walk and would rather me do that, instead of her having to push someone my size up the jet bridge. All the other attendants wheeled their passengers up the jet bridge, but my needs were disregarded. This is discrimination. Nobody should be treated this way. Share your story at change.org/size travel.
So basically, an airport employee wasn't able to push someone up a long ramp, and somehow this is a national emergency. I guess personal responsibility and common sense got delayed at the gate. Stay tuned for next week's petition, making burgers cheaper.
What is your plan if there is an emergency evacuation?
Thank God you survived.
Maybe her other job is a personal trainer, and she was trying to help you.
Conclusion: no one owes you anything. Take accountability.
What is the most effective way that people can lose weight? One of the things...
Eat less food, do more exercise.
Are you a doctor? It's not in the room.
Is education illegal?
I want to talk about something really exciting that has just come out today with the New York Times. And this is an article that is talking about how finally, like a lot of folks that exist in a larger body have been saying for so long, that BMI is an outdated method. What I love in here is that there's a doctor in here.
A doctor? Singular? Well, if one doctor says it, I guess we should just throw out everything.
What I love in here is that there's a doctor in here that's quoted saying that they were using imprecise methods that were outdated to try to gauge on what a healthy weight is. The doctor went on to say as well that how do you determine what is an ideal weight versus a sick weight?
What a mystery. It's almost like we have decades of research on things like heart disease, diabetes, and mobility issues that might give us a clue. But no.
Ideal weight versus a sick weight, especially if you're going by BMI, and that has proved nearly impossible to do. So I'm very excited for this. I'm very excited that they're at least having this conversation, and I am really crossing my fingers, especially over the next 4 years, that this is something that we look at a little bit more and we shed light on a little bit more, because there is not a lack of discrimination going around. There's quite a lot of it, and it would be really nice if this outdated method went bye-bye.
So, the BMI is bad because it tells people things they don't want to hear. People who don't like their BMI are against the BMI. Truly an earth-shattering revelation. And why do fat people fight the idea of BMI? Why does this matter so much to you?
All you have is muscles, right?
Anything but accountability.
We change science based on how we feel.
Fat pregnant person here. Me and baby keep passing every test they throw at us, and yet I'm still high risk for my BMI and they want me to deliver early. We are literally healthy. So ridiculous.
Conclusion: focus on more important things. Look at the big picture.
I kind of have to force myself to eat right now. I'm going to be eating 3 pretty big slices of pizza. Pepperoni. I'm not really a pepperoni girl, but oh well. And the only reason why I'm eating 3 pieces is because I did not eat all day. And I literally feel like I probably won't eat much later. Lately, I've been loving just raw vegetables. And if I sat here and ate carrots and stuff, I get full so fast and probably only eat like 100 calories. Not enough. I am eating unhealthy, but I do not eat like this every day. I do want you guys to know that I'm the queen of like moderation. I lost 89 pounds before. I need to get something in my system, and the only thing that we really have right now is pizza. This really is good though. I'm being 100% honest right now. If I was not filming this mukbang, I probably wouldn't be eating. I don't feel hungry.
She definitely found the 89 pounds she lost, and I'm guessing that it brought friends.
The fact that she couldn't even name another vegetable.
Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Okay.
This movement is the only exercise you have done in a while. And how old are you? Let's promote ordered eating.
Preach.
Conclusion. Grow up. Don't be entitled.
These are cool things I can fit under my belly fat. A size 11 retro. My laundry basket. The fan I used to sleep at night with. My laptop. My scale I never weigh myself with. Get in there. Ooh. And your motherfucking trash ass opinions about my weight. Don't do that.
Can I fit?
Ignore the comments, you're bigger than that.
Do you want to know the best beauty hack for fighting wrinkles? Be fat. I look 35, but I'm actually 73.
Do you want to know the best hack for fighting all diseases?
The crone energy inside this boss is astronomical and I love it.
Is what the future will look like. Those are flying cars, but the people in them are too fat.
Oh no, I left my baby in there!
And how did they get in before?
High maintenance fat woman, high maintenance fat woman. No, but seriously, I want to eat incredible meals. I want to wear beautiful clothing, and I want to see just the most stunning places on the planet. Is that okay?
It's insane that people will look at another human and decide they don't deserve nice things because of how they look.
What's your biggest turnoff in guys?
Probably when they don't work out.
Wait, they work out?
She pulls by gravitational field, not Riz.
You're not very pretty, and you're not very bright. I'm so glad we had that talk. Just don't talk. You can't show emotion for another hour and a half.
Love your body, okay. But being a clown?
Exactly. Pretty and fat aren't mutually exclusive.
What do you think about fat people?
We need to put them in concentration camps where they can concentrate on diet and exercise.
Why do you say that?
Because fat people are a drain on society. They eat too much calories, they don't exercise.
Sounds unintelligent. They should put him in a camp too.
DoorDash goes everywhere.
As someone that has been recovering from strep throat and I finally feel better, I haven't had a little treat in 5 days. Not one treat, not a little baby treat. I need to turn my music down. What should my first treat be? Because I don't know, I'm so excited. I also haven't had soda in 5 days, and I'm like, do I just keep that streak going? But what's a girl to do without a little mini can of Coke in her life?
I think enough treats for you. You overtreated yourself.
LOL, you look like you've been treating yourself constantly.
Why does everybody ask me if I'm Latina? Isn't it obvious?
We all be in hell by liking this video.
This is her sponsored video.
They see me rolling. They hate him.
Wait a minute, the Kardashians, tons of friends, this is how Mufasa died. Who's the lucky black guy? Bridesmaids, good things come to those who wait. The pronouns are KFC, the blood type is barbecue. Shut it!
She got married for the cake.
New meaning to the name Bridezilla.
Is Doctor now invited to the wedding?
They said big bag bitch get to the bag. They said big bag bitch you want a snack. Well this big bag bitch she got the stack. So put big bag bitch clothes on the rack. Ooh, on the macaroni. Move and shake it for me. Ooh, we shaking and quaking. The brands are phony. Ooh, the brands are phony. Ooh, they need a Tony. They need a Emmy, Oscar, Grammy, cause the shit's baloney. The way they be faking like they're making all the sizes. If you ain't got at least a 4X, you ain't trying. Ooh, so give it.
At this point, open a store.
What do you do after you rip them, then you buy them, where to keep them?
I'm sorry, but what in the fresh hell is this? Fashion gets real. Creativity for everyone. Isn't everyone so creative? I just want to know if the creativity is in the room with us. Because the lack of diversity on this, especially because the cover says creativity for everyone, is baffling. They have one model that has a darker skin tone. It's all the same body type.
Tess criticizes the cover for not featuring a variety of body types, specifically implying the exclusion of fat bodies. However, diversity does not mean catering to every demand for representation, particularly when such demands conflict with the ideals of the industry like aesthetics. Also, she questions whether creativity is present. Ironically, her own argument lacks depth or creativity, boiling down to a repetitive complaint that the world doesn't align with her personal preferences. The insistence on including fat models as a marker of creativity is wild.
When is it getting real? Because this is real crappy. This is real crappy. This is real silly. It's real silly. This is absolutely just not okay. This is not what we collectively want to see in fashion.
Phrases like real crappy and real silly reveal petulant whining, and the critique reeks of entitlement, as if the mere existence of a vision that doesn't prioritize fatness is inherently offensive.
There's so many models that are so diverse that could make this cover just... And where are they? They're not working, I'll tell you that, because I'm sitting in a Red Robin parking lot right now, meeting with a friend. Not on set. Not on set, like so many of my friends and colleagues.
Maybe you aren't working because your aesthetics do not align with Vogue's goals? Diversity doesn't mean forcing every demographic into every space, especially when it conflicts with broader societal values like health and beauty. Let me know what you think in the comments.
I don't understand. I don't know if this is because this is what Zach Posen sees for the future of fashion, and maybe this is what he saw for his vision for Gap. We haven't traditionally seen a ton of, diversity and inclusivity from Gap, but we have seen varying amounts throughout campaigns, especially the last few years. We are kicking off 2025 with this to look up to. Give us something to be excited about.
Fat Girls is so 2024.
Also the white top with denim, so creative.
Envy is so creative too.
The world is healing.
I ain't even gonna lie. You look like you can pick me up. I've been staring at you. You look real strong. I ain't that strong.
It's really hard being plus size because you just feel like really bad about yourself all the time, and like people are really mean to you.
But why would someone say this? This opening is drenched in self-pity and victimhood. Yes, being plus size might come with challenges, but blaming society and other people entirely removes personal accountability. Instead of perpetuating the narrative of helplessness, maybe focus on what can be done to improve your situation.
People are really mean to you. Oh my God, don't say that. Don't give up on yourself like that. Your real problem is that you just don't have enough confidence. If you were just confident, then you wouldn't feel like that. Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, does this make me look fat? I feel like I've just been getting so fat lately. Well, I think you're not fat, but it makes me feel pretty bad when you say things like that.
This exchange is pure emotional manipulation. The activist presents fatness as a deeply sensitive topic while simultaneously making it the focal point of every conversation. Expecting others to filter their language or feelings constantly is unreasonable and only fosters resentment.
But it makes me feel pretty bad when you say things like that. Oh my God, no, that wasn't about you at all. I think you're beautiful that way, but I think it would not look good on me. Just for me, I think being fat is the most disgusting thing that could ever happen to me. Right, got it. I should just have more confidence though. It's really hard being plus size because you just feel like really bad about yourself all the time, and like people are really mean to you. Oh my God, don't say that. Don't give up on yourself like that. Your real problem is that you just don't have enough confidence. If you were just confident, then you wouldn't feel like that. Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, does this make me look fat? I feel like I've just been getting so fat lately. Well, I think you're not fat, but it makes me feel pretty bad when you say things like that. Oh my God, no, that wasn't about you at all. I think you're beautiful that way, but I think it would not look good on me.
This video encapsulates everything wrong with the fat acceptance narrative: victimhood, emotional manipulation, and deflection of accountability. Instead of using these platforms to spread self-improvement and health awareness, activists perpetuate a cycle of blaming others for personal struggles. Fatness isn't inherently tied to worth, but glorifying it while simultaneously loathing it is not the solution. Let's have real conversations about self-respect, health, and confidence that inspire action, not excuses. Leave your thoughts in the comments below.
And then when you actually have confidence, they literally hate you. I am confident, but people still don't like it. You can't win if you're plus-sized.
Where's my salad? I forgot to order salad. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Damn.
Look at all this world has to offer. I'm here to experience it, and so should people of every size. Read the caption for my take on why just lose weight isn't the answer.
Just lose weight? Nah. When people say, just lose weight, they ignore so many factors that affect a person's health and well-being. Weight loss isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. It's not just about calories in and out. It's about access to care, mental health, genetics, and so much more. One person losing weight won't change a system that profits off our insecurities. That's why I fight for fat liberation and better policies for all plus-size people, from healthcare to travel. It's time we stop reducing people to their body size and start listening to the real story. This isn't just about weight, it's about dignity, respect, and living a life free from oppression. So yeah, we're not shrinking, and neither should the world. Life is meant to be lived, and you don't have to lose weight before you can start experiencing it. It's comments and mindsets like these that indicate why we need to keep fighting for change.
You reject the concept of weight loss without fully addressing why it's recommended in the first place. It's not about ignoring other factors, it's about addressing one of the most controllable contributors to health. Acknowledging challenges shouldn't translate to giving up on solutions. Losing weight isn't about changing the system, it's about improving personal health. No one is saying you can't live your life as you are. However, ignoring the benefits of weight loss doesn't change the realities of obesity-related health risks. This video is a classic example of conflating personal empowerment with rejecting reality. Yes, factors like mental health and access to care matter, but weight loss remains a cornerstone of better health for many. Instead of dismissing it entirely, we should focus on ways to make it accessible and sustainable for everyone.
Watch out for harpoons.
You can't experience it if you can't walk.
Wait a minute.
Okay, now I feel skinny.
Guy behind me staring at the wall during my set because whoever placed these machines at my gym has zero chill.
Is the placement intentional?
If you look at her, she's convinced she's the main character. If you don't, she's still the main character.
I think you took this a little seriously.
I think there should be a dress code then.
You mean like, I don't know, athletic wear.
Maybe you should dress your eyes with a blindfold.
I also have zero chill and will be staring right into that sweet, sweet brown eye.
Hey man, there's inside thoughts and outside thoughts. You let an inside thought outside. Don't do that, okay, champ?
This wall is an architectural masterpiece, let me tell you that.
Get up here! Let's dance! Let's dance!
Just seen her POV. You completely failed to wait.
I've seen the other POV, haha.
I saw the other POV. She admitted to recording him, also admitted that she started recording him because he kept on dropping the weights.
People shaming him over the other POV, because he couldn't do the weight is crazy. Y'all the reason people afraid to start.
Seems like fake. But maybe not.
You guys can imagine the comments on this one, but a lot of weightlifters have weighed in on this and they have said that this is actually the quickest and best way to remove the weight off of her. And what I think should be appreciated is that that man did not even hesitate. She asked for help and he gave her help as quickly as he could without really processing it. But what I fear is that this type of video makes it to the wrong side of social media, you know, like the feminist side, and the man gets torn apart for how he removed the weight from her. What this would lead to is obviously him getting criticized, which is not fair, but also other young men will see this and it might cause them to react differently to a similar situation if it occurred to them. And that to me is not okay. We're not making the world a better place in that case. But what do you guys think?
I don't get it. What did he do wrong?
You sir/miss/misses are what makes this world a slightly better place.
Using pronouns like that makes this world worse.
I'm okay with a little awkwardness in the name of safety.
I would say, I have a girlfriend.
That's what she said. And you know what? What was that? Okay, James.
But aren't you recording him, so can he record you?
Girls be doing the same thing to me at the gym, lol.
Me when I want to win the lying contest.
He was doing a TikTok of his gymspirations.
Had to remove this trainer from my gym today. Completely inappropriate and unprofessional behavior. There must be a better way to spot a dumbbell curl. Was I wrong for firing him? This was after all his wife.
Jokes aside, how would one even do a bicep curl spot? Like, can't you just do it from the front or side?
You should have called the cops and filed a report.
It's his wife? They've done worse. So.
That is why I got emotional. You're so right. That first time we're at the Christmas market, I was online with you and I think maybe 2 other girls, and we're all talking about like, oh, this looks good and this looks good and this looks good. And I was like, gosh, I don't know what I'm going to get. And I feel like it was you who was like, I'm getting all 3. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
You could do that.
I still was seeing that like wonder in your eyes of like, I don't just have to pick one. I don't have to do what's socially acceptable. I can do what makes me feel good. And again, you know, I know that we just talked about this in a previous episode, but sometimes that is going to be just ordering a salad, right? Yeah. And sometimes that is going to be ordering the pretzel and the potato hash or whatever it was, and the sausage.
Oh my God, that is what you ordered.
Like, I'm, girl, you know I remember everything, right? But like, sometimes it is ordering all 3 things that sound good and bringing it back to the table and being like, who wants a bite? Because everything fucking sounded amazing, right? With no shame.
What an inspiring journey. Truly, a tale of self-discovery, realizing you can just buy everything on the menu instead of choosing like a normal person. Brave. Look, I hate to break it to you, but nobody thinks you got that huge from overthinking food choices. Oh, I just couldn't decide between the pretzel, the potato hash, and the sausage. Yeah, sure. That internal debate must have been so intense, right up until the moment you ordered all 3. At this point, just say, I eat what I want because I like food, and move on. No need to act like breaking portion control is some kind of rebellious stand against society. Y'all aren't pioneers, you're just hungry.
If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's take our seat in our democracy.
She's still hungry?
She's hunger.
Was that a threat?
New gym girls or gym influencers are mean as hell. The calling everybody a big...
They are mean, and what's worse is that's not even a new approach. Bullying people into fitness and a healthy lifestyle is a tale as old as time. And it's a slam dunk marketing technique because it taps into 2 very surface level things that all of us carry. The first being this meritocracy idea that if you work hard enough, you too can achieve this thing. The second being our collective idea that if you exist in a bigger body, you are not deserving of human treatment, including if you are the one who exists in that bigger body. You only deserve that type of treatment if you are no longer in that body size. It's cheap and it's lazy because if I sit here and list out all of the wonderful things that actually do come with adopting healthy habits, it's not going to get as much engagement as me rage baiting you into it. And as much as these people will try to convince you that they magically love themselves now that their body has changed, they don't. You can't hate yourself into a version that you will suddenly love.
Yes, you can. So you know that person who lost weight is not happy, but we cannot know that you are unhappy. I don't think new gym goers are mean. They just don't believe your bullshit as they experienced a change.
I especially dislike the ones who were once bigger then try to shame you because you are bigger and they aren't anymore.
Yes, they are still so full of so much self-loathing because they never reflected on actual healing and just redirected all their issues into the gym and calories.
But isn't losing weight and working out healing your body?
My jaw hit the floor when I realized the videos weren't satire. I have worked so hard to get my inner voice to be kind and not motivate me out of shame but instead from love. F going backwards.
The reason does not matter. Just lose weight.
Only one rider. Only one rider. Only one rider. Only one rider.
How are his pants too big if he's already that big?
My health is between my doctor and I. It is none of your business, and that is a super weird question to ask a stranger. Looking healthy and being healthy are two totally different things. One is quantifiable and measurable, the other is a beauty standard. Both fat and skinny people are capable of being healthy and unhealthy. And once again, you can't tell that by just looking at someone. Finally, no one owes you health, and to expect that of other people is super discriminatory and ableist, because there are bodies in this world that are not capable of being healthy.
So your body is not capable of being healthy? Have you tried? And the argument that you can be thin and unhealthy is the most ridiculous one. That fact is irrelevant.
Weight and size are incredibly poor measures of health.
Exactly.
So you do admit that they are in fact measures of health.
Güey, imagínate que luego...
She didn't even try to get up. She made sure she finished the job.
Can we get an update that she's well?
Which one?
It's my anxiety.
I am just so thankful that you guys have access to generative AI that will show you what you might look like if you were a horrifying, disgusting fat freak. What a relief it must be for you to know that you don't look like literally tons of people that do look like this. Made even better when you know that generative AI is a particular stressor on the environment because of how many resources their servers require to just run one request. It's great because not only are you using your digital footprint to show everybody that you're a bully for literally no fucking reason, your carbon footprint also increasing.
You're a bad person for using AI because of carbon emissions, sure. But let's be honest, we all know whose DoorDash history is personally responsible for 30% of global emissions, plus the food consumed.
Your carbon footprint also increasing, all in order to pour kindling on the "at least I'm not that fat" fire that is running in your head 24/7. Anyway, super funny, incredibly original joke actually. No one has ever successfully made fun of fat people before. May you all end up fat one day.
May you all end up fat one day, the ultimate cursed wish. What happened to fat is beautiful. Shouldn't this be a blessing then?
Yas ladies, sell your image to Gen AI to feed fetish content, you go girl.
My kind of working out.
Throughout this video, we'll go into the power of a low-carb, high-fiber diet, and why it's a game-changer for your gut and your overall well-being. We live in a world filled with processed foods and refined carbs. Now, before we talk about the food, let's talk about the real star of the show, your gut microbiome. This incredible ecosystem of trillions of bacteria plays a crucial role in everything from your digestion and immune system to your mood and even your weight. Think of it as the control center of your health.
Me existing does not warrant unsolicited health advice from strangers on the internet.
Facts.
So Hooters didn't hire me, and like they didn't even give me a reason. They didn't tell me why or anything. They just said like I'm not what they're looking for. Like what the hell does that mean?
I guarantee if she is my waitress I am counting my wings 3 times to make sure.
Probably afraid you'd eat all their profits.
They want fast service. The S in fast isn't silent.
I am pretty sure their reason is pretty big.
So, how do we support the gut microbiome? The answer is fiber. Fiber acts as a prebiotic, feeding the good bacteria. And when those are happy, you're happy. But here's the kicker. Pairing that fiber with a low-carb approach can amplify the benefits. By reducing your intake of refined carbs and sugars, you stabilize your blood sugar levels, reduce inflammation, and create an environment where those beneficial gut bacteria can thrive.
This is more than just a tattoo. It's a symbol of my commitment to fighting for equality and justice for all fat people, a permanent reminder of why I'll never stop advocating for us. When I dreamt up the concept of a fat liberation tattoo, I knew I needed an artist who not only tattooed fat bodies, but shared my passion for this fight. That's when I found Lindsay, known as Lindsay Dreadfuls on Instagram, a fierce, beautiful, and talented fat tattoo artist. Her shop, Rain and Force Tattoo, is a haven for inclusivity and fat liberation, a space where fat people are celebrated. It's perfect. From the moment I walked into her studio, I knew Lindsay was the perfect person to bring this vision to life. She took my concept and made it her own, creating something even more meaningful than I could have ever imagined. The design is deeply symbolic. At its heart is a super fat body representing infinifats, the largest and most marginalized people on the fat spectrum. Because when I fight for equality, I think about what people my size and larger need. If we address the needs of the most marginalized, we create a world that benefits all fat people. The scales of justice remind us of the need for equality for everybody, no matter its size, to be treated with dignity and respect. And the foliage, it symbolizes growth, like a plant breaking through concrete. I've grown through pain to become a relentless advocate for body justice, for fat justice. This tattoo isn't just art. It's a symbol of the body justice movement and a tribute to my fight for the Fat Equality Bill of Rights and the Fat Accessibility Act. It's a love letter to the fat liberation movement, to the community I'm proud to fight for, and to the strength that we all hold.
Not just any tattoo, but a fat liberation tattoo, because ink alone won't do. It needs a manifesto attached. Of course, it couldn't just be done by any talented artist. No. This required a fat tattoo artist because, apparently, only someone with the same BMI can properly wield a needle for the cause. But hey, at least it's permanent, much like your endless fight against reality.
Drop your tricep workout, please.
I will miss you the most. Do you have another platform I can follow you on? Perhaps OF?
She probably thinks that stands for only food. The thought of that will scar me for life.
The huge surge in weight loss drug use has proven the body positivity movement to be a sham.
Trust me.
Today on Things That Didn't Happen.
They may be looking, but not for the reason she's thinking.
Sometimes I wish I could have this level of delusion.
Let's get back to gut health. Think leafy greens, avocados, nuts, seeds, berries, and non-starchy vegetables. These foods are packed with fiber, vitamins, and minerals, and they'll keep you feeling full and satisfied without the blood sugar spikes. Of course, add plenty of animal proteins, meat, fish, and eggs. And the benefits? They're incredible. You'll experience more stable energy levels, improved digestion, clearer skin, better mood, and even weight management. Imagine feeling lighter, more focused, and more energized than ever before.
Oh my God, you guys, I heard that there is a new filter that makes you fat. I don't think it's working.
Looks like it just makes you hot.
We shouldn't confuse cravings with hunger. The test of being hungry, for me, is will you eat raw cauliflower?
I'm not eating cauliflower.
Then you're not hungry. Motherfucker, when you're hungry, you would eat that. You're not really hungry. You may have a craving.
Consumption of processed foods will trick the brain of being hungry and wanting more.
I'm eating just raw fruits and vegetables, and yes, cravings are gone.
We are fully aware of where some of this content is going to end up. And honestly, we don't want to give those kind of people that much space. But for people who spend their entire days watching videos of fat people, people living in larger bodies, just so that they can make hateful reactionary commentary on them and then point the finger at us and say we're the problem, what a sad life for you, sir.
Haters are our biggest fans.
I'm fat. Patriarchy. I'm lazy, greedy, unhealthy, irresponsible.
Your gut is your second brain, and when you take care of it, it will take care of you.
It's not the brand's job to make clothes to fit you. You're just fucking fat.
Oh, God.
Why the fuck? Why the actual fuck would Abercrombie, Zara, whatever fucking brand it is you want to wear, make a size like 4X, 5X? What? That's fucking insane work. That it's insane work, and that's actually disrespecting the fuck out of the designer of those brands, because why the fuck would they promote somebody being that size? That is so beyond unhealthy, and you being a fat ass and trying to blame the brands for you not fitting in their clothes when you're fucking obese, is fucking insane work. Oh my God. And people calling it, cancel this brand, cancel you, cancel being fat. How about that? How about we cancel being fat and cancel people not taking ownership for being a fucking fat ass? How about that? Cancel you. Oh my God. I'm like fucking livid right now. I'm fucking livid. It is not good to be fat. It is not healthy to be fat. It's not the brand's fault. It's not your dryer shrinking your clothes. You're just huge. Now shut up. Get up. Go to the gym. Stop eating unhealthy. You're a fucking fat ass. Oh my God. Hope everyone has a great day. Thank you.
I think it's really clear that we've got some anger issues. I'm actually scared when I see people make these sweeping, naive statements around, well, just get up and go to the gym or just eat healthy. Which, by the way, there aren't these black and white statements of this is healthy food, this is unhealthy food. It's a lot more nuanced than that. Truly, when you're shouting at your phone like this, Jackie, do you really think you're helping people? Because you're not. This type of content frightens me so much because I think people don't realize the damage they're doing, or at least I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that they don't realize the damage they're doing by shouting into their phones in a car. And not only that, Jackie, I would have expected, if not hoped, clothing brands here in the US would tailor to the average size that a woman is, which is a size 16. And if that's the average size, Jackie, I would hope that we can then go above that size as well. So not only did I find this scary because Jackie was clearly so angry, found it scary because fat shaming, which is exactly what this is, has been linked to depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, eating disorders, and exercise avoidance. This is an incredibly problematic piece of content. All this type of video is doing is promoting shame, stigma, and bullying, and it's flipping ugly.
I think your content is very problematic because you try to profit off of fat individuals by telling them what they want to hear.
Jackie is self-hating.
I'm not one to judge, but isn't the call coming from inside the house with this one?
She is fat, yes, but not delusional.
Why is she so angry? Maybe she's just hungry.
Right message, wrong messenger.
While her sentiment of there is no good or bad food aims for inclusivity, it overlooks the crucial distinctions in nutritional value, safety, and health outcomes that differentiate foods, making some choices clearly more beneficial or detrimental than others.
If you can't beat them, eat them.
She represents the whole state.
Okay, it's been a while since I've done one of these, but welcome back to Dating While Fat. I just want to show you this person's profile before I show you the message that they thought was a good opener, and just see if they match up for you. So on their profile, this is what they say. It should be Anne, but I'm a honest and sincere person, and I hate people who lie. I'm here to get a serious relationship that could lead to marriage 100. Okay, cool. Keep that in mind, right? And as always, I like to provide photo evidence of what dragged the trash in, so here you go. C'est magnifique. Okay, this is the beautiful message he sent me as a hello.
You're beautiful, and I would love to have something serious with you and would love to stick my tongue.
Like, you could have just left it at the first part, you know? You could have. Just a thought. So, I'm gonna just go ahead and say, it's gonna be a no for me, dog.
What is this? Are you bragging that someone messaged you, or are you making fun of him? But why make this public?
A guy once messaged me and my mom at the exact same time with the exact same message while we were sitting directly next to each other, same kind of profile/message. He blocked us when we told him.
If fat shaming is deemed unacceptable, then other forms of shaming should also be considered harmful and unacceptable.
Even when I was 8 years old, in that appointment where I remember clear as day, my doctor holding up the growth chart, she asked me what my favorite food was, and I said tomatoes.
8 years old, ketchup on Big Mac and tomatoes. Instead of cutting her diet, she chose to cut her hair. That chair is stronger than our economy. Your 38-inch arms don't come from tomatoes. Tomato in the hamburger, you must be allergic to tomatoes. She can sit down both ways. Tinder profile will say curvy for your info. Jelly leaf is not made of tomatoes. An average tomato has 22 calories. Your favorite food was not tomatoes. Ignore the hurtful comments. You are bigger than putting ketchup on everything is not the same thing as eating tomatoes every day. Everyone else is more.
They have tomato ice cream?
Deep-fried tomatoes.
Tomatoes is the name of the pizzeria.
It's unfortunate tomatoes can't defend themselves.
If you've been paying attention, then you know that weight loss content has been rebranded as better mental health. So we'll see posts like, before I wasn't looking after myself and after I am, that kind of thing. But what we're also seeing is a shift in how people engage with that content and falling in line with this new rebranding. So instead of people just saying, oh my God, you look so good, we're seeing comments like, oh my God, babe, happiness looks so good on you. Or, oh, I can see the light in your eyes again. Because the thing is, on the surface, these comments sound really positive, don't they? Like, oh, we're not focusing or centering people's body changes. We're focusing on the potential mental health benefits. But the thing is, these comments are made on videos and posts of people's bodies. Therefore, they inherently center people's bodies. The thing is, these are just disguised positive comments on people's body changes. Just under the guise of that they actually care about someone's mental health. You cannot tell someone's mental health by a picture of them body checking in the camera. If anything, that would tell me that you actually have bad mental health. But that's just on me, and that's just my own history of eating disorders.
So, weight loss is bad, complimenting weight loss is bad, and now not mentioning weight loss and instead praising happiness is also bad? Apparently, any acknowledgement of positive change is just a sneaky way to talk about bodies. Also, we can't assume someone's happy from a photo, but we can assume they have bad mental health if they post one. Got it? At the end of the day, this just translates to, if you lose weight and feel better, keep it to yourself because it makes me uncomfortable.
The best thing I ever did for my mental health was stop forcing myself to lose weight.
I'd normally agree with you, but I've lost 5 stone in 4 months and I can tell you that is happiness. Being healthy, active and eating well.
People get happier as they become a healthier weight. Easier to move, less stress on joints, etc.
Weight loss can improve people's mental health.
So can weight gain.
Losing weight can positively affect mental state by leading to more balanced hormone levels that can influence mood regulation, alongside improvements in physical health.
Can you divorce your wife if she gets fat?
Yes and no. Yes, because if you have a prenup, you can put a provision called a Weight Watcher clause. I've seen in divorces where parties will put in there that if your wife loses or gains weight or changes her physique, and if she gets fat, mostly after she has kids, then yes, she could lose out on alimony and you can absolutely divorce her. The other side of it is if you don't have a prenup and you get divorced in a no-fault state, no, it doesn't mean anything.
If a man puts a weight clause, you ladies put minimum earnings clause. He loses his job, divorce.
Ladies, mutualize the clause. Better yet, add in a hairline watcher clause.
What happened to in sickness and in health?
How many more years are you going to spend sitting on the couch, screenshotting somebody's weight loss results, saving workout videos, saving meals, and not implementing it in your life? That was it. That's the video. That's all I wanted to know.
Girl, why you calling me out like that?
Girl, you didn't have to do me like that.
Don't wait for tomorrow. Empower yourself to begin your weight loss journey and feel the positive changes starting now.
I'm in the best relation, Chip.
What he told me is that there was a newer surgery, which is what I did. And what everyone online, of course, at this point, everyone's like, okay, well, she did one of the shots or she did the sleeve or something. Like, no one guessed this because it's not a known thing.
So new.
So it's called SADIE, which is a very long name, but it's like the acronym is SADIE, which I would say is a mix of both of those surgeries. They cut out 80% of the stomach. They move around the intestines. I also was, got with my health issues, ended up having a fatty liver. So they actually had to hold up the liver during that too, because it could be dangerous.
Today, we're diving into a topic that's been generating a lot of discussion online, Remy Bader and her recent weight loss journey. Not very familiar with this topic, but Remy has been a prominent voice in the body positivity and fat acceptance movement, and recently, it's become apparent that she has undergone weight loss surgery. This has sparked a wide range of reactions, and that's what we're going to unpack today.
My heart aches for the young women that follow her.
I did come across on TikTok, bariatric TikTok, surgery, weight loss surgery. And I was like, oh, I could never, while I have this following and I'm living this life, maybe in 10 years or a few years or whenever I'm less relevant, I'll do it. And I just think that day I was like, let me inquire. I don't care.
Right.
Literally that next morning I called my back surgeon who connected me with a surgeon that does bariatric surgery.
And what is bariatric surgery?
Yes. So bariatric surgery is a term of, it's weight loss surgery, but there's different types.
Okay.
And what I would see, what I feel is most common and what I would see on TikTok, the only one I would see mostly was the sleeve, the gastric sleeve.
Right.
Which is the only thing I was looking at because I was just seeing, oh, the recovery's easy. It's not that big a deal. And maybe I'll do that. When I called my surgeon, I thought it was interesting because, who became my surgeon, he said, I explained the binge eating. I explained everything I was going through. And he's like, you can't do the sleeve. And I'm like, why? That's the only thing I would do. I guess I'm not doing this then. And he was like, basically the sleeve is where they cut out 80% of your stomach. It's a pretty quick surgery compared to some of the other ones. And if you are a binge eater, an emotional eater, if you eat a lot and you continue that behavior, even though it's harder because your stomach's smaller, it's a real thing. It's not a myth that you could stretch your stomach back.
Right.
So
I have a few people that did the sleeve and that's what happened to them.
Right. So they're like not even, a lot of people go back and have to get a revision surgery or something else, or go on Ozempic or any of those things after because it didn't work for them. And he was like, this isn't going to work for you. And I was like, why would I do something that he's telling me isn't going to work? So I was like, what's the alternative? There's also the bypass. So again, this is all under bariatric surgery. What he told me is that there was a newer surgery, which is what I did. And what everyone online, of course, at this point, everyone's like, okay, well, she did one of the shots or she did the sleeve or something. Like, no one guessed this because it's not a known thing.
So new.
So it's called SADIE, which is a very long name, but it's like the acronym is SADIE.
For those who might be new here, Remy Bader rose to fame on social media, particularly TikTok, for her realistic clothing hauls, her portrayal of different body types, and her advocacy for body acceptance. She was guest on a podcast not available on YouTube yet. So, when news and images began to circulate suggesting significant weight loss, it understandably led to a lot of questions and discussions within her fanbase and the wider online community.
I went to a very serious 6-week intensive binge eating program. Right before that, I went to Overeaters Anonymous meetings, which I'm not sure if people even know. It's literally like AA. You sit in a circle, like, hi, I'm Remy. And I tried everything. I was desperate. I did that program. And after that program, which I think was the summer of 2022, it would be the ultimate no to do something that had to do with weight loss after that. But that's when the Ozempic stuff was coming out and people started using it. I think I said this before. I'm not sure if I ever did, but I tried Ozempic before it was even a thing in 2020 when it just came out.
Okay.
During COVID, and my doctor was just like, oh, you're pre-diabetic, you should try this. I went on it. I lost probably 10 pounds, but I was really sick and threw up a lot from it. It just didn't work for me.
Right.
And then after the eating disorder program, I was I gained a lot of weight from that program just based on what they tell you to do. And you're eating a lot. Whatever your program is, I gained a lot more weight. So I was even in more pain and more uncomfortable. And I was like, I don't care anymore. I'm going to try Ozempic again.
Right.
So I tried it again. I was getting sick every day, lost a little bit of weight, not a lot. I don't feel like it worked very well for me. Switched to Mounjaro, tried that, same kind of thing. And at that point, it was probably 6 months. And I was just I'm not going to just keep being this miserable every day, that I went off of that and then gained even more weight. That's what that summer, it just caught up to me. I just became, I do believe for me, and I have to say that because I've said in the past and it's turned into something else, Ozempic and those, I think if it works for someone, amazing, great for you. For me, it didn't. And it was such a band-aid for me that when I went off it, I got ravenous starving.
Right.
I didn't do maybe enough therapy or things I needed to do to change my behaviors during that time. And I got a lot bigger.
The situation is also layered because Remy built a significant portion of her platform on the foundation of fat acceptance. Many of her followers felt a deep connection to her because she represented a different narrative, one that celebrated bodies outside of traditional beauty ideals. For some of these fans, Remy's decision to undergo weight loss surgery felt like a shift away from that core message. However, health is most important and fuck fat acceptance.
People are so interesting. Not just the people saying the negative things, it's the people saying the positive things. It's the way that they're like, you look so happy. And I'm like, because I lost weight? What does that mean? I'm just very interested in what everyone's thoughts are. And yeah, even for years, not getting attention for a while from men.
Yeah.
And now getting lots of it.
Yeah.
With the fashion brands, all I did was I care about fashion inclusivity no matter what size I am. And I still will, when I'm working on lines, I just came out with a line that goes up to a 6X. I'm not going to change my stance just because of how my body looks. And even with that, the amount of brands that or designers that invite me now, but that didn't invite me before, I'm like you, I remember everything. So I'm like, I'm good. Thank you though.
Yeah. No beef.
Yeah,
but I remember.
Right. I'll never forget.
Never forget.
And I do think it's really, really interesting the way people treat people based on how they look.
It's fucked up.
There's a feeling of disappointment for some, perhaps a sense of betrayal, or even a questioning of the authenticity of her previous content. It raises the question of what happens when a public figure whose platform is built on a specific identity or message makes a significant personal change that seems to contradict that message. But health, don't fat accept.
Well, what, if anything, do you want to share about your health journey?
I do want to say that before saying all of this, I'm not a doctor and I'm sharing my journey, but I'm not here to tell anyone what to do. When I posted that video in 2023, I feel like that's when things started kind of going downhill with my health, September 2023, where I told people I wasn't going to share any more about it. That's when I started feeling it myself. It wasn't just like other people around me. I've always had, you know, noise and things from my parents telling me to lose weight, just like growing up with that. And, you know, especially as I gained more weight, which was frustrating. I definitely felt that from like my boyfriend at the time, but that was more of what I wasn't sure. And I felt that from like friends and family, like it was like this unsaid thing. I think from the start in 2020, I gained probably like 80 to 100 pounds to 2023. So that, you know, I'm not looking at it in that way, but everyone else online would let me know about how much weight I gained, which was such a like mind, can I say fuck?
Yeah, you could say anything.
Like a mind fuck.
Yeah.
And really confused me. So it was everyone else letting me know that. But at that same time, I was actually like, I remember like my back went out. I was in bed for like a month.
Wow.
Like I was like, if I even like turned a little, I would like scream in pain. I would here and there when I could go to, I don't know, fashion events or I had friends' weddings and things, and I would literally bring Dr. Scholl's shoes because I could not stand in my heels, and I was wearing like gowns with these shoes because I was in so much pain. My knees were going out. I would get glam done and it would be off my face in 20 minutes because I was like dripping sweat in my apartment off my face. I think there was like those things, but then there became more serious things where it actually started like clicking a little for me.
This situation also highlights the complexities of the body positivity movement itself. Is it solely about accepting your body at any size, or does it also encompass the right to make personal choices about your health, even if those choices involve weight loss? Where do we draw the line between supporting someone's personal journey and feeling a sense of disconnect when their public persona seems to shift?
The justification, Jesus.
There became more serious things where it actually started like clicking a little for me. I was in pain, so that was one. But then like I had a constant period, and my doctor was telling me I was becoming infertile and at 28, and
that's scary.
Yeah, I was always going to a doctor, so I was like tracking and seeing kind of how things were going downhill in terms of my heart, my cholesterol. I mean, they were telling me I was morbidly obese, and there was a number of things. I think the infertile thing definitely hit me.
Right.
And literally the pain that I was in and like limping and like couldn't walk normally and things like that. And then I remember actually that day, again, I keep going back to that video that I posted that you reposted, but that day was when I made this decision.
Ultimately, Remy Bader's weight loss journey is her own. While her followers have the right to process their feelings and express their opinions, it's important to do so with respect and avoid making assumptions about her intentions. Public figures are still human beings, and their relationship with their bodies is complex. And most importantly, theirs.
Everyone that's complaining should post their health records online. The entitlement in this comment section is crazy.
Let's see an example of the comments she got.
You don't owe anyone an explanation, Remy, when your whole platform has been built on being plus size, doing realistic try-on hauls because you're plus size, when you've built an audience around being comfortable, confident, sexy as a plus size woman, and then all of a sudden you randomly turn up like 100 pounds thinner, and not to mention, you know, you're clearly losing weight video after video after video, and for literal months you block any kind of person who asks questions in the comments like, hey, or even just asks like, hey, are you...
I went to the gym this morning and I got stuck in a machine in a workout, and I had to ask someone to help me for the first time ever going to the gym.
Today, we have an inspiring yet slightly nerve-wracking gym story. A woman on TikTok shared her experience of getting stuck in a lat pull-down machine. But honestly, let's not focus on the embarrassment. Let's focus on the dedication, the resilience, and the fact that she went to the gym and kept pushing forward. So, let's see this, give some encouragement, and offer a few tips for next time.
And I have the video clip of it, and I have the clips of all the workouts I did at the gym this morning that I need to still like edit and put together. And I still don't even know if I'm going to post that particular thing, but I kind of wanted to hop on here and just like process it a little bit. I was doing the lat pull down, and I was in a very low seated position for the lat pull down, and I did my set. And then I went to stand up to slowly guide it back so it doesn't slam, and I could not get up. And like you can see the terror and the panic just overcome me. And I ended up like doing another set of 12. And then I tried again and panic set in. And then I started looking around me, and I was on like one of the big rigs in the middle of the floor, and I was on one end, and then a guy was in the middle, but he was like in his zone. And then finally a woman walked my way, and I said, "Excuse me," and she took out her headphone, and I was like, "Can you just help me guide this back up so it doesn't slam?" And she was like, "Yeah, I got you, like don't worry about it." And then she took it out of my hands and put it up, and then I thanked her, and I waited for her to walk away a little bit, and then I tried to get up, and even not holding the bar, I still couldn't get up, and I was so embarrassed. And eventually, like some weird positioning, and I got up, and I was humiliated. I was so fucking embarrassed.
So, our TikToker hit the gym early in the morning, ready to crush her workout. Everything was going well until she found herself stuck in a lat pull-down. We've all been there, maybe not exactly there, but we've all had those gym moments that make us feel self-conscious. What really stands out in her story is that she didn't just panic and leave. She asked for help. She could have even just let go of the handle, but anyhow, got out of the situation and kept going. That right there? That's dedication.
If anyone did happen to look at you, they probably just thought, hell yeah, she's doing good things for herself.
I was humiliated. I was so fucking embarrassed. But I knew if I left in that moment, I would never make it back. So I finished my workout. I then went over and got a bench, and I did my squats. I did 3 sets of squats, air squats. And then I did my 13 minutes on the treadmill. I had already done chest press. But I knew if I didn't continue the rest of my workout plan and I left in that moment, I knew I would never come back. It's hard. It's hard. Like, would I have been able to do that 131 pounds ago? Absolutely not. But it's hard knowing that I've lost 131 pounds. I've lost a grown adult. And I'm still struggling in the gym. But like saying this all out loud, like I'm going to post it. I'm going to post the clip. Because at the end of the day, if that's the worst thing that's going to happen to me working out in a gym, I want other people to know that if they have a fear of the gym, nobody fucking cares. Like, nobody was looking at me. Nobody was watching me. Nobody was like whispering. Nobody pointed at me. Like, no, like everyone was in the gym doing their own thing. And like, thank God that woman walked by when she did. And she was so nice and so helpful. And like, she didn't judge me. And like, I survived. I finished my workout. I'm still embarrassed, but like, is it the worst thing that could have happened? No. Do I deserve to go to the gym tomorrow? Absolutely. I deserve to take up space in that gym.
Let's take a second to appreciate how incredible this actually is. This woman has already lost 130 pounds. That's a whole person. And yet, she's still pushing herself, still showing up, and still committed to her goals. That's what matters. Not the moment of struggle, but the fact that she refused to quit. And that's something we can all learn from.
Girl, I got fully launched off a treadmill one time and smacked into the mirror. Please don't be embarrassed. I admire your dedication.
My pants straight busted apart at the crotch when I was on the hip abduction machine not too long ago. It was so loud.
And I know I'm not alone in this. And yeah. So I'm gonna edit my gym video and I'll get that posted. I just got to work. Side note, I hate coming to work with wet hair, but now that I'm going to the gym so early in the morning, I'm obviously gonna take a shower before I go to work. And it was a full body shower, so I did wash my hair. I just feel so unprofessional no hate if you go to work with wet hair, but like, I just feel like it's not very professional looking to be sitting there with wet hair. But that's besides the point. I was completely humiliated and embarrassed at the gym today, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. And I'm gonna go back tomorrow. Yeah.
The most important part of this story? She didn't quit. Even after feeling embarrassed, she finished her workout, and she's going back the next day. That's what separates people who succeed from those who give up. And to be honest, no one in the gym cares as much as we think they do. Everyone is focused on their own workout, just like she realized in the end.
The fact that you finished your workout speaks volumes of your dedication. Don't be embarrassed, it happens to so many of us.
Sure. Ever find out you're using a piece of equipment all wrong?
Come with me to the gym for a 5:30 in the morning workout. I started with chest press. I went up in weight every set. I did 3 sets, 12 reps. It felt really good. Then it was the lat pull down. And this is where the gym takes a turn. It was in this moment that I knew I fucked up. However, did I learn my lesson? I did not. I tried to move the thing up more to see if that would help me getting up next time. It was at the highest it could be. But I was gonna keep going and try again. So I did another set and I was just panicking for what was about to come. I then again attempted to get up after that set and was more stuck this time than last time. And I started to panic, as you can see. I'm scared, and might as well do another set. Still panicking. Might as well do another set while I'm sitting here struggling, contemplating how do I get out of this.
Excuse me, can you just guide this up all the way? What's that? Can you just guide this the rest of the way up all the way? Yeah, sure. Fly. Okay,
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And here I am struggling to get up despite her helping me, and now I'm just going to contemplate my life for a little bit, take a deep breath, look around, and nobody's watching me. Nobody is seeing me struggle, so I just need to get the fuck up. So it's ugly, it's not cute, but we're up. And I didn't leave. I wanted to leave in that moment, but I had more that I needed to get done. So I did my squats, and then we were done with the strength portion of the gym. So about 20 minutes of strength, and then I had to do 13 minutes on the treadmill. Like I said, I wanted to leave, but I knew if I had left, I would have never came back. So I stayed and I finished my workout. This is me after the gym. I gotta get home so Michelle can get to work, but I fucking did it. It's 6:21 in the morning. Let's see. Let's fucking see. Hang on. Bear with me. I've burned 661 calories and I've exercised for 39 minutes. So you can hear me wheezing. Yeah, I went to the gym.
Casually does another set while internally panicking. Same girl, same.
The lat pull down is tricky for her, as we can see by the lack of symmetry, even if the grip handle is displaced. There are better ways for losing weight than the lat pull down, and of course diet is first. Free range of motion movements like dumbbells, standing exercises, bands, or for her, any body movement. Fitness is all about adaptation, finding what works best for you and adjusting as you go. One quick note, there's no need to make drama out of this. It was a tough moment, but it's also a testament to her strength. The focus should always be on progress, on pushing forward, and on continuing the journey. So, if you ever find yourself in a tough spot at the gym, whether it's struggling with a machine or just feeling self-conscious, remember this: you deserve to be there. You belong there. Keep showing up, keep moving forward, and don't let one moment define you.
You gotta make mistakes to learn.
Drop a comment if you've ever had an awkward gym moment of your own. Let's keep the positive vibes going.
Let's talk about something I've been wanting to talk about for a while, but haven't quite known how to approach it, and that is Lizzo. Lizzo's been losing weight for about a year, but it seems like recently with her new music being released, she's sort of hard launched her weight loss, or other people are registering it as such for the first time. I actually unfollowed Lizzo about a year ago because it was too much weight loss content for me. But the reason I unfollowed honestly was less the content and was more the comments. Because when Lizzo would post selfies of her thinner body, you would have people saying some stuff. A lot of people saying, we knew the body positivity movement was a lie. A lot of people saying, finally, thank God. A lot of people saying, this means shaming works.
But were you forced to read the comments? Look at your comments. What does this logic suggest?
And honestly, this made me very grateful that I've never lost enough weight to have comments like that directed toward me. But let's talk about that last one, because that is the crux of the issue. And actually, Lizzo had to recently make a video sort of pushing back at those comments, saying like, hey, I'm still big. This doesn't mean I didn't love my body. This doesn't mean I hate all fat people now or whatever. I personally feel like that video was a little bit too little too late and probably should have come maybe about a year ago when she was first posting selfies with the caption acting skinny. But I'm glad she did that, because the problem with a plus size icon losing weight and people responding to that is it does make them think shaming is good. It does make them think shaming works. And it doesn't. It's proven to not. Scientifically, it does not work. And when you think it works, that gives you license to do it and tell yourself that you're doing it out of altruism because you're such a good person, that you have to shame this fat person to give them motivation so they can change their life. And that is incredibly toxic, of course, because it enables bullying. You're justifying bullying. Fat people know they're fat. Fat people know that everybody wants them to lose weight. And so when you say, oh my God, finally, that's not news to them. They're probably thinking the same thing, honestly. They probably were aware every single day that they were fat. And I know, because I am, and I have been my entire life, that every time they see someone they haven't seen in a while, that person is just hoping and praying they'll walk in skinny so they can say, oh my God, finally. So they can say, oh, the shaming worked. Woo!
Sure, everyone is obsessed with fat people. All we do is think about you.
Oh, the shaming worked. Woo! And honestly, I don't know how to have a prominent plus size celebrity lose weight without people just thinking shaming works. Truly, the ingredient that probably works is fame and resources and money.
But of course, people are going to attribute it to their own personal shaming of that person, because that makes them feel so good. Like they're such good people, I guess. Or it enables them to keep having this like cathartic schadenfreude of making someone else feel bad so they can feel better. So when a plus size creator loses weight, yes, you can do whatever you want. No one's saying you can't. I don't think anyone's ever said, actually, you can't, you're not allowed to lose weight. No one's ever fucking said that. People have said you're not allowed to be fat, but you don't see me talking about bodily autonomy around that. I mean, I guess you do. I have bodily autonomy to stay fat, just as you have bodily autonomy to lose weight. Great, awesome, we both have bodily autonomy. But while you have bodily autonomy, when you have a big-ass platform and a bunch of people who are looking to you to, you know, help them to feel better about their bigger bodies, and you lose weight, and the only thing that you say about it is like how great you feel now, or how great you look now, or posting all these selfies, and people in the comments have been shaming you for years, and now that you're thin, they're praising you.
Well, if you have normal judgment, this will motivate you, not make you angry.
It does send a message. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it does send a message. So I do think, as a big creator, you do have a responsibility to do something like what Lizzo did, and to make a kind of video, you know, like, discouraging the shaming. That's the least you can fucking do. And a lot of these plus size creators are not even doing that because I guess ultimately they agree with it. So, yeah. That's my thoughts on Lizzo for now. I have another thought about why she lost weight and how it coincided with the other scandals that were happening in her career and life. That is maybe too mean for public TikTok, but I will put it on my Patreon. So you can hit me up over there if you want to hear the unfiltered tea.
People pay to listen to your nonsense?
As a former heavy person, shaming does not work. Medical intervention does though.
A lot of the medical interventions don't lead to long-term weight loss though. A lot of the diets don't either, which I suspect we will all find out together in about 5 years.
Why is being fat or plus-sized so acceptable?
It's literally not. Fat people are constantly shamed and ridiculed for just existing.
Yet people still promote it and say it's good.
I feel betrayed by the celebrities who use their fatness as gimmick to become famous, and then when their audience has grown enough they lose weight to appeal to conservative norms.
She doesn't owe us an explanation over her body.
They got fat.
Because that's what the real body positive movement is and was. It's like, I have a right to exist.
Yeah.
Even though society says I shouldn't exist because I'm big or I'm, you know, disabled or whatever. I don't look like the beauty standard or the norm. Like, so body positivity was incredible because it gave us like a fight song. It's like, hey, I deserve to be here. Like, look at me, and I'm gonna actually take up space and look how I want to fucking look. Body positivity has been taken and turned into something else. It's been commercialized, and it's like, oh, you fat, that's body positive. No, it's like my fatness, it's my like will to love myself and how hard that is as a fat person. That's what body positivity is.
Well, it's not hard to love me because I'd be agreeing with the mops. I'm easy to love and love flows through me.
TikToker preaching self-love.
I keep seeing this rhetoric of people saying that they've lost weight and now they love themselves. Lost weight, they realise that before they lost weight, they weren't respecting themselves, they weren't putting themselves first, they weren't loving themselves, and now they do, now they've lost the weight.
Isn't that a fair assumption? If you abuse your body, you don't love yourself. If you take care of it, you do.
But what I would say, and what I would challenge, is it sounds like your self-love, your self-respect, your self-worth is conditional on your weight loss, right? And I'm just going, well, hey, what if that weight were to change again? What if your body were to change again? These things happen all the time. You can't predict the future. Is your self-love that you have discovered via that weight loss, will that diminish if you were to gain weight or if your body was to change again?
The self-love in your case should translate to listening to your body. Your red cheeks are trying to tell you something.
I truly believe that people who decide to start making changes and start losing weight love themselves in order to do this. Maybe after reaching their goals they like themselves more.
I understand why people find love for themselves after they lose weight, because you know, the social achievement of it all, the social respect, people telling you all the time how great you look. I can imagine that would then become into like, oh my God, I just love that I've done this for myself. I can really, really understand the rhetoric. But if I just go under the surface of it for just a second, it really isn't sustainable because it's tied to something that could change on a dime, unfortunately. Ultimately, your self-worth, self-love, self-respect shouldn't be dependent or shouldn't fluctuate depending on your weight or your body size or body shape. And I'm just getting really tired of hearing this rhetoric of people, you know, achieving weight loss and then finding self-love.
Okay, I think I get your point. You should respect and love yourself. But don't make weight loss a bad thing.
To be honest, the social part isn't the most important thing to me. It's feeling healthier that really made me realize how much I was mistreating my body. I feel happier now I've acknowledged my toxic behaviors and can actually walk for more than 10 minutes without my ankles hurting. I do love myself more now. I was so depressed when I was at my heaviest.
Because it makes it sound that the only way to truly love yourself is to lose weight, is this idea of putting yourself first, respecting your body enough to lose weight, which is just not everyone's goal. And it's just getting really harmful to frame it that way. I think we should be preaching true self-respect, self-worth, and value is not dependent on weight. Like, obviously, but obviously not obviously, you know. I'm seeing it all the time on this app. I saw on a thing on BBC iPlayer literally the other day. So it's fucking everywhere at the moment.
Obviously, but obviously not obviously, you don't get that we have different definitions of loving your body. Yours is through Big Macs, general is through discipline.
Love this. I also really dislike the related rhetoric of, I just started taking care of myself, or I wasn't taking care of myself before, as though it's impossible to be fat and care for yourself.
Self-worth isn't just about weight, but pretending it doesn't play any role is the real fantasy workout.
So my favorite snack is carrots and ranch, but I didn't have carrots. I had this pizza, and I didn't have ranch, but I had the Cool Ranch Doritos.
Next, we have Lizzo's reaction about the rumors.
Lizzo's weight loss sparks Ozempic rumors.
It's like a reward.
Who cares if she did or not? We should congratulate her nonetheless.
10 out of 10.
10 versus ton, always the fridge, guarding the snacks. 10 out of 10, burgers eaten. Why do they look like the Godskin duo? They are Planet Fitness. One is Planet, the other is Fitness. 10 out of 10 on the beauty scale, and 10 out of 10 on the McDonald's scale. Thanos had to snap 3 times.
She ate 10 people?
Marissa is cooking eggs.
Welcome back to Cooking with Mar. This is what I'm making for breakfast today. So we have some sauteed broccoli in balsamic glaze and olive oil with some garlic seasoning, and some fried eggs that look like they should be flipped soon, and a sesame bagel. Of course, some coffee with my vanilla creamer. It tastes so good. I got this frying pan for Christmas and it's really good. It's from the thrift store. So I just put some basil on the bagel. Fried up because I left them on a little too long, but that's okay. And there's my plate. So this is what I'm having for breakfast. My first meal of the day. There we go. So yummy. Okay, first bite. Yep. Ooh. Oh, that's good. That's good broccoli. Thanks for watching. Have a great day, everybody. And don't forget to eat because you deserve it. You deserve to fuel your body regardless of what diet culture says. Happy eating!
Wait, where are the remaining 9 meals of your day? Is happy eating something only fat activists say?
I am now wanting breakfast again.
Eat again if you're hungry.
What if you are forever hungry? Before we continue, please like and subscribe to Fight Fat Acceptance.
True body positivity. Absolute queen vibes.
Thought she was gonna pull a candy bar out of her jacket.
Next we have a thin fat activist explaining thin privilege.
And to be honest with you, I don't even think Chloe and Remy really knew what they were saying here. In case you missed it, Khloe Kardashian sat down with TikToker Remy Bader to talk about weight loss surgery, mental health, things of that nature. But then they said this.
How I was treated in the fashion world before, how I was treated when I did photo shoots with my sisters. I was the backup dancer,
Right.
basically. And no one that I was all the way in the back. I would have racks of clothes. Maybe I'm not exaggerating, 6 to 8 pieces because they didn't have my size. And I wasn't that big of a girl. But my sisters would have racks and racks. Everyone, we were treated so differently. And it was so obvious. No one was sugarcoating it back then. Now, even when I'm invited to things, or people would not even look me in my eye, they would meet my sisters and be like, hi. And I would be, I'm like, I had a lot of sass then. So I'd be like, look me in my eye if you're going to shake my hand. I would not let them slide. But the difference in how I was treated versus now.
I have used this and my learning all this is like a sociology experiment. I'm like, people are so interesting. Not just the people saying the negative things, it's the people saying the positive things. It's the way that they're like, you look so happy. And I'm like, because I lost weight.
Right.
What does that mean? I'm just very interested in what
interesting.
everyone's thoughts are. And yeah, I've never, even for years, not getting attention for a while from men.
Yeah.
And now getting lots of it.
Yeah.
Fashion brands. All I did was I care about fashion inclusivity no matter what size I am. And I still will, when I'm working on lines, I just came out with a line that goes up to a 6X. I'm not going to change my stance just because of how my body looks. And even with that, the amount of brands that or designers that invite me now, but that didn't invite me before.
What Chloe and Remy are describing there is thin privilege. Thin privilege are the social benefits that those in smaller bodies experience compared to those in larger bodies. Examples of this can include biased medical treatment. Very often when you're in a smaller body, you'll have your health concerns taken much more seriously versus those in larger bodies. Access to spaces, whether it be movie theatre seats, booths, airplane seats, and then like Chloe and Remy actually mentioned, clothing options. People in smaller bodies have a wider, more affordable range of clothing available to them in the mainstream on the high street. And then, of course, you've got public scrutiny. I've seen it so many times on here. People in smaller bodies are less likely to receive unsolicited or unwelcome so-called health, eating, wellness advice. Whereas if you're in a larger body, that is rife in life and on here. Now, whenever I talk about thin privilege, I always need to caveat this by saying, folk in smaller bodies, it's not that you haven't experienced challenges in life, but thin privilege acknowledges that your body size hasn't been one of those challenges. So whilst Remy and Chloe don't label what they're talking about as thin privilege, that's exactly what that is. And it's really telling about the fat-phobic society we live in.
Thin privilege is just a new way of saying life's easier when you're healthier looking. And maybe that's okay. Maybe it makes sense that society rewards discipline, effort, and health, not because bigger bodies deserve shame, but because not every outcome has to be equal. You don't call it pretty privilege when someone attractive gets asked out more. You just accept that different traits come with different experiences.
Do you think fat privilege exists? I do.
It's not just thin privilege that they are highlighting, it's also financial privilege. They had the means time to pursue all kinds of things that people in different circumstances don't have access.
Mega Fox.
Body positive TikToker on a weight loss journey.
I know I'm fat as fuck. I did not say ugly.
Let's look at the comment. You're not fat, don't be hard on yourself. Of course this is a lie, but here comes the dot. Who says the next part, you're a beautiful lady, is somehow connected to your weight? She didn't say, you are not fat but beautiful. She said both. Maybe it is just a looks compliment. You are creating a narrative just to make content. Appreciate the words and move on. But no.
I know I'm fat as fuck. I did not say ugly. A lot of people have been getting mad that I've been opening my videos with saying I'm fat as fuck. But like at the end of the day, fat is an adjective, and that is how I would, or anyone, would describe my body and my appearance. I am fat. I am nearly 600 pounds. If you look up the definition for fat, like I am it. So no, calling myself fat is not degrading myself, is not talking negative about myself. I don't understand why fat has to be such a bad word. It's an adjective. It's, trust me, I want a fat ass, but like, I don't have one, by the way. For how fucking big I am, I don't have an ass. People get real disappointed. But anyways, that's my story.
Maybe fat shouldn't be an insult, but it also shouldn't be rebranded as a neutral, harmless descriptor when we're talking about morbid obesity. Language matters, and softening the reality with, it's just an adjective, is how we end up normalizing a very real public health crisis.
Years ago in a WW class, the instructor opened the meeting with, "Why do people say someone eats like a pig? What's wrong with the way a pig eats? He's just being himself, there's nothing wrong with it."
Numero UNO, me and Tyson McFlurry, baby Jake's, baby steaks, Cannoli Alvarez, extra sugar Ray Leonard, Kimbo, extra slice Floyd way heavier, Muhammad Ali is crazy.
Muhammad all you can eat, fighting his hunger, staying safe at Diddy's party. Floyd Mayweather, her training for the WBC, widest belt championship, trying to dodge some combo meals. Tyson 4-piece kebab, nurmagam the dog, kebab nurmagam, measure the sauce. Andrew H. Wait, that's a woman. He's training for the future, KFC champion. He's dodging all those combo meals.
Now that's Mac Tyson.
Can't skip rope or a meal.
The Super Bowl ad featuring a new set of weight loss drugs started as anti-diet culture.
I was actually incredibly shocked that we were having a commercial starting to call out diet culture at the Super Bowl. I'm like, oh, that's huge. And literally everything, we were at home, Billy, my parents, my grandmother were watching, and everyone froze and we're all just watching. And we're like, okay, fuck. It's the actual hypocrisy of the whole thing that is beyond infuriating.
Yeah.
We're gonna call out the diet culture industry, how toxic it is, how harmful, how unsuccessful it is. And then we're gonna be part of the problem. But we're gonna try and pitch it to you in a way that makes you think that we're acknowledging the problem, so we're not actually part of it.
Right, like, clearly no fat people on their marketing team, executive team, have never listened to a fat person, etc.
She's maybe not mad about the hypocrisy, but the fact that anyone is still suggesting, however subtly, that losing weight might be good for you.
Good morning.
What's going on? Nice to meet you.
Hi,
how are you?
Stormy,
What's
how you
happening?
doing?
Hey, King. How you, brother? You good? Nice to meet you, Keys.
Got it. Yep. This the only seat y'all got? What you want? What you need?
A bigger chair or something.
Is she already little?
We had
That's what I'm talking about. Good. This is accommodation.
There you go.
Oh, come on.
Update, she lost. It's called lift, not a forklift.
Imagine they didn't have that couch and she sue them too.
It's so cringe to see people try to navigate around remaining body positive, but also wanting the kudos for weight loss. So instead of like being outwardly, hey, before I was 50 kilos heavier and after I lost 50 kilos, they're doing the whole, I was beautiful before and beautiful after. I'm not explicitly talking about my weight loss, because I loved myself at either stage, but please also recognize I've lost weight and give me kudos for that. And it's so cringe, because if you truly, truly, truly had decentered weight loss from your life, you wouldn't do before and after, because they're all just you. Now, that's it. The post is you.
Who said otherwise? It's you. Before and after. You before the change, and you after the change. I think the ideas that go through your mind sound great in your head, but try to realize what you are saying before you do. Of course it's all you. A caterpillar and a butterfly are all the same bug. That is the whole point of transformation. You are allowed to compare. That's how goals work. That's how progress works. You don't climb a mountain to say, well, technically I was always at the summit emotionally.
They're all just you. Now, that's it. The post is you. Comparing because that's what you're doing. By instantly doing it before and after, you compare yourself from a previous version of yourself. Where if you actually had healed any kind of, I don't know, shit you had with diet culture and pursuing weight loss, you'd recognize that all of it's you. There's no such thing as a before you and an after you, because it's all you. Why put yourself into different categories?
If I cut my hair, there's me before the haircut with long hair, and after with no hair. If someone's happiness makes you uncomfortable because it's tied to weight loss, that's your work to do. It's not on them to downplay their success to protect your feelings.
And they might not even explicitly say before and after, but obviously by showing a previous picture and then clearly time has passed and significant weight loss has also happened, to then show an after. I mean, like, come on. We all know what you're doing. It's like they think because they haven't explicitly said it, they are not participating in diet culture. But I'd like to think that we have some level of media literacy left and we see the very explicit, implicit signs. But then at the same time, I recognise you probably don't want to burn your entire audience, so you're going to try and hide it and disguise it, but it's obvious, no?
How dare someone want to feel good for improving their health? Because the real crime isn't heart disease or diabetes, it's having the audacity to celebrate your progress without a long disclaimer.
I saw people in a comment section saying Lizzo handled it perfectly, and I'm like, she posted weight release stats, before and afters and goal weights. I fear we are cooked.
They don't realize how it makes us feel, the ones who struggle with their weight and constantly battle with it, that you need to show before and after. We got this, girls.
This is exactly what I feel like. I've got no before and afters, as I'm the exact same person. I don't need to talk about it. I don't need anyone else to speak about it. My clothes size may have changed, but who cares? It's literally just me.
Before and after pics will always be for praise and are inherently anti-fat.
Don't worry, we still love you. You are our inflamed insulin-resistant queen.
Listen, I am a body neutrality, fat acceptance girly, and I will be the first person to say Whatever your journey is with your body, whatever you need to do to make yourself feel better, that is your own choices, and that it is not my job to police whatever you need to do to make your health better, your mental health, the way that you navigate the world. Now, what I don't accept is if you build an entire platform around creating a safe space for people to live in their own bodies, to find community, and then basically shit on that community in a way of which that you dox people, you harass them, you have literally blocked people for trying to ask questions around something that sadly maybe should have been clearer. Just a thought.
Not harassing, but what if the creator changed their views? She must be referring to Lizzo. What do you think?
Hey, this the #1 lie fat people say. Bro, I don't even eat that much. Cap! I'm fat, and I used to be fatter. I know that's a damn lie, because I used to say the same shit.
I didn't realize until I counted calories I was shook.
People confuse excessive calories with low-volume foods.
Hi besties, I am the woman who doesn't love herself, but also doesn't hate herself. And if your first instinct is to reassure me that I should love myself, can I ask you why? What if loving yourself is just unattainable for some people? We live in a society that literally tells us not to love ourselves based on the way we look. And even the people that look like they love themselves don't. It seems like an insane amount of pressure. I'm tired of trying to force my way into a standard that was never meant for me in the first place. And I've hated myself for a lot longer than I'm learning to value myself. Where do we go from here? Are we dismantling the patriarchy? Stick it to the man. So for now, I'm the woman who doesn't love herself, doesn't hate herself, but is working on valuing and humanizing herself. I don't know what that looks like, but I'll be here. Okay, bye, love you, not me.
Can I ask what about yourself don't you love? Girl, you're literally my biggest idol. Definitely your biggest.
We value ourselves when we prioritize our health.
Why do you keep going on about this? Exactly. She needs to take action outside of TikTok.
Fact, we lived in Indonesia and they were brutally honest. One time in a store they straight up once said to my husband, "We don't make King Kong size here. Asia is not for beginners."
This guy literally comes up to me and he goes, "Wow, you are beautiful. Like, are you married? Do you want a boyfriend?" And I literally was like, "Yeah, I'm married." I literally lied. Like, what do you say in a situation like that? Like, I don't know. So it's just easier to be like, "Yeah, I'm married," because I'm telling you, in the past, I've been like, "Oh, I have a girlfriend." And like a guy will be like, "Oh, I can change your mind. Like, I'm better than a girl." And I'm just like, ew, like that's so gross. It was just a lot easier. I'm glad that he asked, like, "Are you married?" So I could just be like, "Yeah, I am. But thank you for the compliment."
Me making up scenarios before I fall asleep.
This totally happened, guys.
Delusion's final boss.
So she doesn't dream only about food?
Yeah, hello?
Oh, I just want to come and have a conversation with you. Obviously, you know we've just had Halloween. Well, my son came to your house and he was giving me these very expensive chocolates, Ferrero Rochers, and I would like to say I'm a bit annoyed about them.
Beg your pardon?
He's 8. He came round here. He was very excited to receive these. I don't let him have all the chocolate because that's very unhealthy. I've just gone and opened these up to test them, and well, it's a Brussels sprout. One. I've opened up another.
Yeah, love, they're all Brussels sprouts.
What? Do you think this is funny?
Oh yeah, it's hilarious, love. Halloween is trick or treat. He can either get a treat or he got tricked.
He is 8 years old.
Yeah!
No, I don't see how this is funny. I am pissed off because my son is crying. He was very happy about these. These are his favourite chocolate, and you have just gone to go and sweet that for him.
Well, your son needs to eat some Brussels sprouts, love, doesn't he?
This is not funny.
It's hilarious.
How is this hilarious? He was expecting Ferrero Rochers, not this.
Well, yeah, well, it's better for him. It's better for him, you know.
They really are, all these.
Yeah, they're all Brussels sprouts. I should be giving a thank you, you know, because your son, yeah, your little pokey son, yeah, he's been going all around the houses, yeah, asking for sweets, yeah, and I gave him vegetables.
She's mad because she wanted the chocolate.
To test them, sure you were lol.
Hannah, you've lost weight. I'm so happy to see that you're finally looking after yourself and that you're showing yourself the love that you deserve. Look, you think this is coming from a place of love. Well, that's interesting because let me just open my brain up for you so you can have a look inside. I'm doing this from a place of fucking hatred. I hate myself. And when you think about it, how could I not? When I think about the news stories of the constant blaming of fat people for the breakdown of medical systems, how the media portray fat people as lazy, slobs, unintelligent, delusional, unlovable. Public transport isn't built for people of size, and people recoil at the idea of being sat next to me. I was constantly told that I was not okay, and that led to a lot of self-hatred. And then my GP suggested I go on a replacement shake diet, which means I'm probably getting around, I don't know, maybe 1,000 calories a day. I actually don't know. So I'm losing weight really, really quickly. But all I'm doing is thinking about food all the time. And I'm in this really weird kind of space of who the fuck am I? Because I can't eat properly. I can't go out with my friends and eat dinner with them because I have to have this replacement shake diet because my number one goal has to be to lose weight. But I'm missing out on social occasions. I'm missing out on birthdays. But people keep telling me how good I look. It's very confusing. Wow, that's a lot. I hadn't really thought of it that way. But at least you'll be healthier, right? Well, let's talk about that. Now, I can't look into the future, but I really feel like my gallbladder is about to give out. And that's going to irreparably damage my digestive system to the point where I have chronic IBS, which means I cannot eat anything without shitting myself. I can't leave the house without wondering where the nearest bathroom is. I have legitimately shit myself because of this. And this is directly because of my extreme weight loss on that ridiculous replacement shake diet, okay? My relationship with food is warped. My relationship with myself is warped because when I was trying to shrink myself with starving myself, I was given all these compliments, but now I'm gaining the weight back. The compliments have stopped and I feel like I'm not worth anything in anyone's eyes anymore. So I'm trying to find a different way of learning to be at peace with myself. So when I really think about it, was the 2 years worth of weight loss really worth all of these years of eating disorder and mental health and physical health and body image issues? Yeah, no, I don't think it was. Oh, you've gained the weight back. Well, you need to just try another diet and get back on that horse. Fuck off.
The minute I stopped dieting, it made me realize that dieting was making me hate myself. It's awful.
The chronic IBS and gallbladder issues from a life of dieting and the non-alcoholic fatty liver from all the corn syrup in the shakes. No one talks about it. I am 48 and have all this.
But isn't there another way? Healthier way? Maybe? Just maybe? If not, here is another crazy thought. Very, very crazy thought. What if you eat what you eat, but eat less?
The destruction of this scale is dedicated to all of the women whose lives have been ruined and ruled by it. This is for us, ladies. Safety first. I'm tired of you stealing my life. I'm tired of you making me feel
well,
like
at least it's good to finally see her working out.
How my day is.
That scale would probably break faster if you just stood on it. Huh? What?
Not again! Ah!
She could have just stepped on it. Looks like your life has been ruled by food, not that scale.
Let's end the video with some motivation.
Anything that you want in the world is possible. I literally used to weigh over 600 pounds and sat in a recliner for 20-something years of my life thinking that I was going to die miserable, alone, and unhappy. And I am in a massive Airbnb mansion on a lake, and I'm going to marry the love of my life. I'm happy, I'm healthy, I'm so blessed, and it's all because of my mindset, my commitment, my dedication, and my belief in myself and my power. that I harnessed from within to transform my own life. And if I can do it, I swear to you, you can too. I'm gonna flip the camera so you guys can see this view. It's crazy.
I've been dreaming on in my head.
Keep it up. Stay fit and healthy.
Funny that you stitched my video, but you only stitched the part that fits your narrative that you want to create.
I clipped a part of your video to create my own narrative. Okay, let's see what narrative your page creates.
You're just a fat fucking bitch. Shut up, bitch. You're fat.
Having morning skinny and hitting my vape and getting nauseous and having diarrhea.
Your punishment is being fat. You're stuck in fat jail. Why are you still fat? Stop being a sad fucking lazy piece of fucking shit. You're fat. Before I come and beat the fucking shit out of you because you're fat. That's fine, you'll be fat this summer. Not eating like a gluttonous pig.
I woke up this morning feeling fat.
You're fat. I'm tired, I'm not gonna go. Okay, have fun being fucking fat this summer. Go to the fucking gym, you dumbass, and stop eating like a gluttonous pig. Got off your fat ass. Health conditions, shut up. There's no health condition that's going to make you obese.
See, Jacqueline, this is not personal. I've had the pleasure of never coming across your account. However, my followers have. Your content, along with other women's content that are spewing this very hateful rhetoric about fat bodies, are not only impacting them, but society as a whole. We don't live in a vacuum, and eating disorders are the second deadliest mental illness behind opioid addiction. So this ain't no just scroll situation. Just because that is how you feel, and that might be how others feel, does not make it law. You said, for a fact, that you can't live happily, mentally, or physically in a fat body. From your mouth, you said they were lying. Like, can we get real? Can we get honest about what you're actually promoting? Because it isn't health. Somebody that's been in recovery for her own ED for years now, it is just so disheartening to see that you can spread such a hateful narrative and think that you don't have any blood on your hands. And you wondered why I brought up race? Look up the racial origins of fat phobia. Seek help and get a diary.
You were cropping again too much. Extremes cannot be healthy, but since fat activists can say whatever they want, anyone should.
The narrative is narrating.
But isn't she fat? Because I'm sure I'm no looking at a skinny girl.
The whole point of her videos is that she's talking to herself to motivate her.
Like the call is coming from inside the house and she can't even see it. She wanna be HRH collection so bad.
Okay, so wiping, okay, I'm so embarrassed, holy fuck. Wiping for me has always been extremely hard. How am I going to be able to wipe myself? Like, are you going to be able to do this for me? Like, I physically could not do it. And so Beck did it for me. Me not being able to wipe I was like, holy fuck, wait a minute. I have lost the ability to I would say Beck wiped me for I would say a good 9 months. I know a lot of people are going to forever make this a meme. Moral of the story is it's my fault because of my size. People asking did Feline do that? No. Beck did it for those. Make it very, very clear that that is the only thing they helped me with. It was some water twice to help wash myself because that was never once did I have them bathe me, shower me. I had a partner who wiped me for 9 months.
You could never waterboard this info out of me. You'd think not being able to wipe your own ass would be a wake-up call.
Hire a nurse? She had a caregiver named Beck, aka her girlfriend.
She always used to say she could do everything and it was fat-phobic to think otherwise.
She would rather have negative attention from admitting this than no attention at all.
People would rather potentially die from getting weight loss surgery than remain fat and have the repercussions of fat phobia thrust upon them. And a lot of people are talking about Remy right now because of the podcast episode with her and Chloe talking about her weight loss surgery. And I have something even more deep, I think, for us to discuss. I don't think anyone is surprised by any plus size influencer getting weight loss surgery or doing Ozempic, whatever it might be, because we are in the
rebranding of heroin chic of the late 1990s and early 2000s. So it's not shocking. It still hurts a little bit, you know? And I think in the podcast, there was a lot of really intense discussions about like health as it ties to fatness. And I just want to be very clear that there are a lot of fat people who are perfectly healthy. And I want to be very clear again that health does not define your worth. There are people who are chronically ill who will never have a clean bill of health. And do they not deserve to live a life worth living without people shitting on them and without access to healthcare? Everyone is entitled to their privacy. Nobody owes anybody an explanation for anything. And when you have a large social media following and you are essentially showcasing your weight loss journey and showing people like how much weight you've lost, etc., maybe without saying it specifically, but still like you being there showing that, and like making people believe that like this just happened with like changing eating habits and like making better conscious decisions, makes people feel like they can do the same thing if they just do those choices. And it's important for us to disclose how and why you got here, right? Not that it was just like, I stopped drinking soda or I started eating more salads. Like, no, the truth is that like 80% of your stomach is gone. And a high percentage of weight lost from people who do weight loss surgeries is because they can't keep their food down. They suffer from constant nausea or constant purging of food because they cannot keep their food down. Protein does not get absorbed the same way. Your body doesn't store muscle in the same way. It essentially eats it. I've done numerous research studies on weight loss surgery. My mom had weight loss surgery in the early 2000s, and there are lots of complications that nobody wants to talk about, but we are more willing to be thin with lots of complications than to be fat and deal with the repercussions of anti-fatness.
But maybe it comes down to death or surgery.
As a woman who has lived in a fat body my entire life, there is a lot of side effects to being fat too.
Is high blood pressure and type 2 diabetes fat phobia?
Why do you want people to stay miserable and unhealthy?
You sound like Amberlynn Reed.
When you feel yourself getting full, stop eating. It's that simple. A lot of people stop eating once they're like full. If you stop eating like right before you start feeling full, it's more satisfying. Like, listen to your cues. It's actually not that simple. I like to think it is. I like to lie to myself and be like, Amberlynn, it's that simple. But, okay, let's take one more bite. Let's do a good bite, you know? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Let's go. Wait. One more. I'm about to like hit that point where I'm like, oh. In the past, I could definitely probably eat about half more of this. Let's put it back in the container so I can have leftovers.
Just eat slower.
She's such a nutritionist.
I love Delusionalin.
She's my favorite Lynn.
Gluttony is an act of sin, so we must have control in everything. Cause if you don't have self-control and you want more, you get greedy, and that's where Satan intervene.
Remember, being fat is not morally a bad thing. Just because diet culture brainwashed you into thinking it was, doesn't make it true. Fat people are valuable human beings. If you don't think so, unlearn your fat phobia.
It's weird how you categorize fat people as valuable human beings only by being fat. Isn't that thinphobic of you? And where is the logic? Why is fat valuable? Why is the value connected to weight? How does the weight influence the value of a person?
Fat people are valuable human beings, yes, but as a fellow fat person, there is still class.
This is class.
I need to eat more often. I usually only eat 1 to 2 meals, like normal meals a day, and I feel like that's just not working for me anymore. I kind of want to start eating like 5 meals a day, like not meals per se, but like 5 times a day, whether they be snacks or meals, and not really have a rhyme or reason for any meal. Like, I don't really care about eating breakfast at breakfast. I don't really care about eating a snack for breakfast. I just eat when I want it. If I want breakfast at night, I'll have it then. If I want dinner in the morning, I'll have it then. And I know a lot of people question why I do that. I think it's mainly just because I want to eat when I want to eat and what I want to eat. I've been getting a lot hungrier by only eating once or twice a day with like random little snacks. It's just, and I feel like I'm also not choosing the right type of foods. I don't deprive myself, but I'm just not, I just need to tweak it a little bit more so I feel more satisfied.
In the words of Dr. Now, you've already eaten the food that belongs to the next 4 years.
I don't deprive myself. The only true thing she's ever said.
Scale doesn't lie. People lie. Dr. Now.
She talks like food is happening to her.
What in the Dr. Now is she talking about?
It's hard to explain why skinny talk is a right-wing pipeline, but I am going to try.
This is the first video in a while that made me angry. When I first came across it, I couldn't watch it till the end. It bothered me a lot, so I had to share the pain with you. Let's look at the comment. It's a right-wing pipeline. Hard to explain it, but that's what arises from this emphasis on shaming and accountability. The creator basically agrees and explains why skinny talk is a right-wing pipeline. What is skinny talk? Skinny talk is a community on TikTok and other platforms where creators, mostly women, are promoting extreme thinness. Indeed, it is a dangerous trend, but their advice is right on point.
You want to get skinny? This is how. Protein and fiber are your best friend because they will keep you fuller for longer, which means smaller possibility of snacking between meals. Get up and get active. Stop wasting your time sitting on your phone for full days scrolling through social media because it won't get you anywhere near your goal. So get up and get active. End your day with a green tea. It will help you a lot. It will keep you less bloated and it will help you with your night craving. Stop obsessing over food because food is not the center of your life. It shouldn't be. Food is just food.
But it is so ridiculous, and it blows my mind how our fat creator goes on this rant, trying to sound smart and justify her fatness using this as an excuse. She goes that far as blending politics and philosophy with fatness. Yes, politics and fatness. Let's start.
It's hard to explain why skinny talk is a right-wing pipeline, but I am going to try. Now, I've said for a long time that the ideology of fat phobia and body hierarchy is conservative in that, like, the logic that underpins it is very similar to the logic of modern conservatism. But it is definitely also a pipeline, and there are a bunch of reasons for this that I want to get into today. So let's start this discussion with Foucault, who, if you guys don't know, wrote this book called Discipline and Punish, and in it he talked about the panopticon, which is like the most popular theory from that book. But I actually want to discuss another thing he talks about in that book, which is the idea of the soldier body, or the disciplined body. And he basically makes this argument that, like, the soldier's body is disciplined by the state. You know, as a soldier, you have to be able to do this, you have to be in this shape, you have to look like this, you have to, like, literally have these measurements, and that is, like, the state deciding what your body can be. But if we're thinking about the panopticon, which, if you don't know, is basically just the idea that, like, surveillance or even the threat of surveillance is enough to make people fall in line, then we have to think about how you constantly have, like, society watching over you and judging your body. And this is, of course, especially the case for women. And
this first part is only so she could sound smart and well-read. She talks about Paul-Michel Foucault, who was a French philosopher. Foucault's theories primarily address the relationships between power versus knowledge and liberty. In his book, he argues that prison did not become the principal form of punishment just because of the humanitarian concerns of reformists. This is irrelevant for what's to come next. Like our famous fat activist said,
"Why are you in my comments blaming the individual when it is so clearly the fault of our government?"
Let's continue.
Think about how you constantly have, like, society watching over you and judging your body, and this is, of course, especially the case for women. And while it is also an increasingly true that men have body standards forced on them as well, I think for women it is so primary because women's value in society for a long time was basically as, like, a bargaining chip for marriages. Like, it was about being attractive enough that the right man would pick you, and that's the only way you could advance yourself socioeconomically. And so for that reason, women are valued a lot of the time primarily as like ornaments. And then of course like baby makers, which presumably in the popular imagination requires them to be somewhat attractive so a man will want to sleep with them and make the baby.
This is so wrong. Attractiveness is attached to health. Of course, evolutionary, subconsciously we seek and choose partners by their health.
Women with obesity have double the risk of having an autistic child. Have rates of obesity been skyrocketing in our population? The answer is yes. Are pregnant women also in that camp of obese women? Yes. Well, that accounts for a doubling of autism.
Man will want to sleep with them and make the baby. There is this expectation placed on women that we, in order to be good women or real women, we have to be small, we have to be subservient, and we have to be servile. And skinniness exemplifies all of those things in the way that it is presented in our media and culture. We think of skinny women as being better women. We think of them as being more feminine. We think of them as being less, aggressive and rude. I think there's like a real connotation of rudeness, noncompliance, disorderly conduct with fatness, especially for women.
This is also so wrong. I can speak for most men, that on the contrary, men want strong women, physically strong and capable. I do agree about rudeness, but who wouldn't? I will try not to make so much cuts, but there is a lot I disagree with.
And of course, the antithesis of fat is thin. So a thin person is everything a fat person is not, because fat is the thin person's defining other, which is another concept we can get into in another video. But I think you kind of get the gist. Basically, in-group needs to define the out-group as the opposite of them. And that's exactly what skinny people have done with fat people. So by defining fat people as undisciplined, unruly, brash, blah, 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 and fat women as like not womanly, then we have the skinny woman in contrast who is like the good woman who adheres to the rules of society and femininity. And of course, these traditional gender roles are a key part of conservatism. Part of this too is the fact, and this is a fact, that trying to be skinny really hard makes your brain stop working and makes you physically weak. When you are skinny, even if you're strong, yeah, you have less power than like somebody who can put a lot of force behind their heavier body can put behind it. But also when you are trying to be skinny, essentially when you're not eating enough, your brain stops working. It becomes obsessed with food. You are dizzy all the time. You are tired all the time. You can barely put a sentence together.
Again, you cannot be more wrong. Have you heard of ketones? Wait, no, I will approach this the other way. There is a real connection between obesity and cognitive function, and it's not about shaming or oversimplifying. It's a fact that obese people have lower mental capacity. It has a lot to do with inflammation, hormonal changes, and how metabolism affects the brain. Insulin resistance limits how neurons use energy, giving you cognitive impairment.
Actually, when you're not eating enough, your brain stops working. It becomes obsessed with food. You are dizzy all the time. You are tired all the time. You can barely put a sentence together. So when your brain isn't working, that makes you a lot more convenient for the state. So they can put you in whatever servile type of role they want to. Or, even just think of yourself as like a cog in a machine. Like when the cog doesn't have as much capacity for resistance, strength, or even free thought, that really benefits the machine. So there is that aspect of it. The second thing that I really need to talk about regarding this is white supremacy. Because the way that we feel about fat people in our current culture is very much rooted in white supremacy. And that happened because when the slave trade was first going on in Europe, they basically were like, oh my God, there are all these other people here. We need to separate ourselves out from them in an aesthetic way to like sort of justify what we think of these people. And so they ascribed to those people, mainly Africans, the qualities of fatness, and therefore gluttony and sexual promiscuity. Stereotypes that still, to this day, are ascribed to Black people and to fat people. And
do you hear yourself? You basically said they ascribed fatness to fat people. Typical word salad. Let's hear it again.
They ascribed to those people, mainly Africans, the qualities of fatness, and therefore gluttony and sexual promiscuity. Stereotypes that still, to this day, are ascribed to Black people and to fat people. And when we think of the thin ideal, it's usually not super curvy in the way that is stereotypically associated with the bodies of Black women or Latino women. It's always like this like very dainty, very petite, very, very white ideal. Thinness and whiteness have also become conjoined in the culture to the point that becoming thin almost, and bear with me here, makes you more white. And that's why in immigrant communities, a lot of the times, like this is definitely the case with Jewish people, we go really hard on trying to make people thin and put a lot of pressure on people to be thin because being thin is a form of assimilation for us. Just as the beauty ideal is to have a small nose, the beauty ideal is to have a thin body. And those are both part of the stereotypical white supremacist aesthetic. This is why so many fascist regimes, they want to control people's bodies, and fitness is a huge part of often what they are like selling and what they're trying to get people to do. And that's partly because like you want an able-bodied army who can go to war, but it's also partly because of the discipline piece where you want people to fall in line and you want people to look this certain way as much as possible to prove their superiority. And then the final element of this is capitalism, because when you have this idea of some people are just better than others, it's a meritocracy. Work hard to succeed, and if you can't, then you deserve everything that comes to you or doesn't come to you because of that. You deserve the discrimination, you deserve the hate and bullying, whatever. Like when you have that ideology about bodies, that's the same as how conservatives think about poor people. It's why people say you should just pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Were you born into poverty? Well, you just need to work extra hard to get out. There's no disadvantage. There's only like who works the hardest. Life is fair. That's like all of that same stuff as bodies, right? Because you can be born with genetics that are more likely to make you fat, and the attitude is just overcome it. Just work hard enough that you overcome those genetics or those factors that are working against you or that PCOS or whatever it is. And that's why you have the shaming and the accountability, and like we want everyone to look the same, and if you don't look like that, it's your fault and we are going to hold you to account. It's a very brutal and cutthroat ideology, and I really hate it. And I feel that that is what conservatism is based on financially. That is what fiscal conservatism is. And I think fat phobia is just kind of like an outgrowth of that.
Why make it this complicated? If we do say that fat phobia is a thing, it is a fear of becoming fat, which is a completely normal thing. Fear of becoming unhealthy, fear of diseases, fear of immobility, fear of death. As simple as that.
So, to fall down this pipeline, if you're looking at skinny talk, which by the way is just a pipeline to an eating disorder, duh. Let's not pretend it's not an eating disorder. It's an eating disorder. But if you're going in with that mentality, and by the way, you might have an eating disorder. Yeah, that's not totally in your control maybe, but the ideology of an eating disorder is fucking brutal. It's cutthroat, it's capitalist, it's like knock them down. It's like social Darwinism, basically. Like it's not a kind mentality. And that mentality is, of course, work harder to be better, and if you aren't better, then it's because you're a bad person. Better meaning senior. And it's so easy to apply that right to how you feel about poor people or homeless people or people of color who haven't like had as many advantages in like housing or jobs or whatever area of society. And that is how you get pipelined right into these conservative beliefs, because it's a very cohesive ideology to be fat phobic and to believe those same exact things, but just about, you know, poor people or disabled people or anyone who's like disenfranchised in some way.
I get that she is jealous of thin people, but I don't get the need to justify her fatness to us. Why go all this way? The topic was skinny talk, but you made all of this about how fat people are oppressed. And on the other hand, what angers me the most is shitting on thin people. Feel free to preach fat, but don't do it while abusing thin people's point of view. Tell your lies that you can be fat and healthy, but leave fit people out of your delusions.
Skinny is perceived as disciplined.
Yep, easier to control physically and mentally if you're malnourished and fatigued and beaten down.
Literally anything to avoid taking accountability.
Also, the most popular woman on Skinny Talk is black.
People think I'm obsessed with this, but I'm okay with it. I am obsessed with it. And I think this is an obsession that...
I don't care about men's opinions of me. I literally prefer to be skinny for myself.
What do you get out of being skinny?
Stop. Fat and thin isn't about politics.
Everyone should take responsibility for their own choices. Period.
I have conflicted thoughts about this, especially number 3. One of the biggest industries is fast food industry, and it capitalizes on food addictions. The capital wants you fat, not other way around.
Diet culture is another sign of poor and bad economy because the last one happened in 2008, the latest recession. It's been happening for a while.
How'd I ethically get skinny?
Why would you want to be skinny? It is bad for your body.
I don't care about how people look, skinny or fat. I'm pro-health. We can't have revolution if our people are short of breath after climbing some stairs.
Have you been dying to ride the parking lot tram at Disney World, but you weren't sure if you'd fit? Hey everyone, we're plus-size park hoppers, and we range in sizes from 2X to 5X. Make sure you like this video and follow us for more plus-size Disney tips and tricks. The parking lot tram may not be the most exciting ride of the day, but it's definitely a useful one. Especially if you don't want to get all of your steps in before you even get to the park entrance. The parking lot tram will pick you up near where you parked your car and bring you to the front of the park or to the TTC. One thing to note is that there is one row that has a bigger entrance than the other. This row actually has 2 rows of seating, and the wider entrance makes it easier to board if you have wider hips. There is a large step up to get into the tram, followed by a smaller step. This row is also easier to board when traveling with a wheelchair or stroller. Those items need to be folded up and brought on the tram with you. We find the trams to be comfortable and so convenient after a long day in the park. And the cast members on the back of the trams are the funniest. It's like the Jungle Cruise of the parking lot. When disembarking, take your time and watch your head. Also, don't forget to use the car locator feature in the My Disney Experience app. We learned that the hard way. We hope that these tips help and that you enjoy your ride.
What were the tips? How to avoid walking?
Again, how is this not a wake-up call?
Maybe walking would be beneficial?
All of your steps in, as if you have a daily limit.
Walking wouldn't hurt.
The stairs are their enemies.
Excuse me? Do you guys want one shake or pass it on to the next person and double it?
Double.
Do you want 2 shakes or we'll pass it on to the next person and double it?
What'd you put in them?
Bro, this is M&M and this is matcha.
That one looks good, but I think you should double it. Right to the next person, and
Alright.
Try to slim her down, bud.
Take 4 shakes or pass it on to the next person and double it.
Take 4.
Bro wanted to end the challenge.
She didn't even look at him.
She really said, like she was thinking about it.
I have traveled to 45 countries and counting, and I just want to remind anyone listening to this that plus-size people exist in every single one of those countries. Just want to let you know.
I understand that you are replying to the comment, but what are you trying to justify? Your weight?
According to you fatphobes, there is a fat pandemic and 80% of people are fat, so what is the normal?
If the commenter was right, there wouldn't be beautiful artwork from the beginning of time to now depicting women of all shapes and sizes. Not to mention there's no data supporting that claim.
This was my first time to see bigger people. There are not many big people in Japan because a lot of Japanese people are very disciplined. We believe that harmony is very important. So if you are too big and then you stand out too much, and then it kind of destroy the harmony in the society in a way.
Oh, really? So image is massively important here.
Yeah, I think so.
Because in Japan, children learn how to eat properly with balance in elementary schools.
Being fat is unhealthy. Who cares what any culture says? Supporting a deeply unhealthy lifestyle is the American way.
Fat people are more disciplined. Just imagine how much and how many times they have to shove down food.
Have you ever heard of the phrase lipstick on a pig? It's an insult reserved for fat people who dare to wear makeup. I purposely didn't wear makeup because I didn't want to be accused of being the aforementioned pig. I didn't want anyone to think that I thought of myself as normal or, God forbid, pretty, so I would just sit and watch my friends as they got ready for nights out together. That is until I started to recognize my worth and an ego grew and I started to see makeup for what it is, which is fun and expressive and creative. So if you ever look at me and think lipstick on a pig, well, oink oink bitch.
I interpret the phrase as fat people should focus on other things. You cannot mask everything. And how come you cherry-pick beauty standards?
It means changing the appearance of something doesn't change the fundamental failings, flaws. It is used against fats as people see being fat as a flaw, but it's not the original meaning.
I learned about this phrase a couple weeks ago, and now every time I do my makeup, I think about it. I hate the internet for adding a new insecurity to my list.
I'm not fat. I'm just a few meals ahead and a few shits behind. Y'all always assuming that a bitch big. Wrong. I once saw a chef that said where there is fat, there is flavor. I'm not actually fat. This is flavor throughout my body. Y'all get on here and be so mad. Y'all be hot like, get in the gym. Get out of the kitchen. Why are you where I'm at? If you're at all the places that I'm at, bitch, you're fat too. Your little fat dude is just locked on the inside. Mine just decided to show himself a little early. Technically, you're just a prepubescent fat ass.
As a professional hater, I cannot say anything here. She won.
Meet all the people who make YouTube videos about me for no reason other than hate and fat phobia. Can y'all go report them? That'd be great.
I don't want anyone coming up from behind me or the side of me trying to take my orange chicken. It happens a lot, and I just don't like it. I don't like when people reach across the table and try to take it. Sometimes I have strangers coming up for me trying to take it, so I try to eat it as fast as I can because it's mine. The orange chicken is mine. If I'm the one paying for it, it's mine. Don't touch it, honey. So, Cheesecake Factory. So I'm super excited. You guys are gonna look at it and just be like, it looks amazing. And honestly, it's never looked better. Oh, I'm so excited. So just please don't freak out because you're jealous you're not eating the orange chicken with me. But you can always eat it too. Just if you have Uber Eats, or you can drive to the closest Cheesecake Factory. Don't go to No Panda Express. Don't go to your local Chinese buffet. No, don't do that. The orange chicken at the Cheesecake Factory is the way to go. So.
TF? Who are these strangers coming for her orange chicken? I mean, the sheer size of her. Someone coming up from behind could be walking quite a bit of distance away.
Buffett.
Dating as a plus-size person in this generation is extremely difficult. Yes, I'm on the dating apps, the forbidden apps. And most of the time it's, oh, we talk for a little bit, or it's just straight to, you trying to smash. Or the usual comment, come sit on my face. I want that slow burn shit. Like, let's not rush to date. Let's enjoy each other's time and company. Hell, start out as friends first and then see if dating happens. There's no reason to rush into it. That's how things go south. Girl just wants flowers. I'm so sick of people just seeing me for my body and not for who I am. That's what sucks about being a lover girl, is because I have so much love to give and so much energy to give to other people, but I get burnt out so easily because I give my love and my energy into the wrong person. To the people who don't fucking deserve my love. And that's one of the main reasons why I stopped dating, is because I cannot deal with this. You trying to smash? You trying to smash? I can't be seen with a big girl in public.
How is this specific to fat people? I don't get it. Where is the plus size in this?
For real, been offered sugar scam more times than matched. Seriously thinking about switching teams.
Dating in general is difficult. Then add the plus size issue to it, it makes it near impossible.
Beauty Queen versus Burger King.
She swallowed the crown. And the judges.
He must be the son of the local cartel boss.
The funny thing is, you would judge. It's kind of like when you are plus size and not palatable. You're kind of screwed either way. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But really, this experience was one of the best of my life. And it was totally unplanned. I was on a group trip, which was so much fun. I think I'm going to do it again this year. And the group had gone to the beach that we were with, and me and my friend Melissa stayed back because it's like a little family-owned place. I had a beautiful villa with my own private pool. So, like, of course, we were going to stay back. And we were having breakfast. We were the only people there, like at the resort, because our group had mostly booked out all of the rooms, not the resort, the hotel. And so we see the family prepping, and they have all these tomatoes out, and they've been out for like 2 days now that we've been at the hotel. And we noticed these tomatoes were out in the sun, and we had asked them, and they said, oh, well, every year, twice a year, me and my family make tomato sauce just like we've been doing for ages. Do you want to join us? And we said yes, and they let us join them, and it was such a magical, beautiful experience. So that's what I see when I see this photo. But thank you for the advice.
Just focus on health, not what people would think. And what is with the story? How is this relevant?
She likes being her size. She's the first plus-size supermodel. Why do people forget that?
I mean, they judge Lizzo, and they were making fun of her before, so. Evidence much.
It's not even taste pleasure at this point, it's literally consume most amount of calories as possible.
I can't hit my protein, moment.
I'm gonna starve myself to get this out of my head, geez.
For all you bitches who are mad that I lost weight, I gained 5 pounds, I did it for you. I did it for you. And I also did it because I don't give a fuck. I'm happy. I do what I want. I am still a big bitch.
Why would y'all be mad she got healthy? She was healthy from the start, WDYM.
Lizzo is not an icon for body positivity, and her recent weight loss proves it. At least according to one journalist. But she is an icon for another movement, which is debatably more important than body positivity. Let me catch you up. Lizzo posted this photo. Everyone's gone mad. They're like, wow, this girl's lost weight. And it's resulted in some strong opinions. I mean, she posted this on Halloween. Who else can simultaneously get Ozempic allegations and fat-shamed on the same platform? All because people were accusing her of lying about her dieting and exercising and instead using Ozempic to lose weight. If you've seen Lizzo's workout videos, you know that this girl puts in the hard yards. So it's only fair to assume she has just as much dedication to her meal plan.
We're thrown into this messy zone where a woman just making choices about her own body somehow turns into her betraying a whole movement. People might sound chill or supportive on the surface, but the vibe underneath is kinda brutal. If Lizzo doesn't stay visibly plus size, suddenly she's not allowed to represent body positivity anymore. Which is wild, considering she never asked to be the poster girl for it in the first place.
And according to one journalist, we should be taking notes. So Tanya Sweeney, a writer for the Irish Independent, published an opinion piece. It's like a month old now, but super relevant considering how topical Lizzo is today. So Tanya's title for her piece is Lizzo's Fine Both Ways attitude to her body and weight loss is a step in the right direction. And her entire article is all about being neutral with our bodies. Something she says Lizzo is doing very well. So she starts off by quoting a New York Times article that Lizzo did earlier in the year, where she said, losing weight is the slowest thing in the world, and you don't really notice it until you notice it. But that doesn't matter. I'm super proud of my current lifestyle. So the whole article is centered around this one TikTok that Lizzo posted using a Nicki Minaj audio, where Nicki raps, "The fact you would even discuss my looks is insane." And Lizzo captioned her post, "Fine both ways." As in, people had started to notice her weight loss, and Lizzo wanted to point out, "I look great at any size." Or rather, she feels great at any size. So Tanya says in her article, this is an exact example of when a person strives to take a neutral stance over their physical appearance. And she says it's quite different to body positivity. She says body neutrality is encouraging people not to invest too much headspace or energy in thinking about what they look like, whether good or bad. Basically, it's an easier and more realistic way to feel at peace with your body. As we all know, Lizzo has been a big part of the body positivity movement. But Tanya says, I wonder if this was a label forced on her by others rather than something that came from within. She also says, it's a bit of a shame that people are talking about Lizzo's weight loss rather than her approach to it. And then references Adele and Rebel Wilson's weight loss and how the talk around that eventually died down. So she's confident that the chat around Lizzo will do the same. The article concludes by saying that some may have felt like the body positivity movement lost an icon when Lizzo stepped on that treadmill. But to her, Lizzo's body neutrality still feels like a major win and a step in the right direction. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below.
Lizzo is vegan, and she posts about her fitness journey a ton. She's got a whole fitness, athletic brand. She's dedicated. She probably worked really hard for it.
Being fat is not body positivity. It's unhealthy. Lizzo, however, is promoting body positivity because she's accepting herself while trying to get healthier.
Have we forgotten that Lizzo is a terrible human being?
Lizzo's greatest talent is being completely unlikable. There's nothing she can do to hide the fact that she's terrible. She used to blame all the hate she got on being fat. Everyone hates me because I'm fat. Well, now you're skinny. You're on the Ozempic, which, they all abandon body positivity the first second that they get. Have you noticed that? Anywho, she did a podcast. She called Britney Spears a Janet Jackson impersonator, and basically said that, Britney Spears is not the queen of pop. Here's the thing. Britney Spears herself on many, many occasions has talked about how inspired she was by Janet Jackson. She even said it to Janet Jackson's face. To go after Britney Spears in this fashion, when you really should be happy that anybody's giving you airtime at all after Bananagate and everything else, it's on par for what we should expect from Lizzo. Because she's so incredibly unlikable. It's like, listen, pipe down, be quiet for a minute, don't go on any podcast. This woman, the team needs to sit her down and be like, listen, you gotta be quiet. Put out one good record, maybe people will forgive you. Doubtful, but anything's possible. This quote is telling. People, this is from Lizzo, people now will just believe anything bad about you because there's something about being a famous person that it's almost like people want to believe that you're a bad person and they can't believe that you're actually boring and chill and nice. Boring maybe, chill and nice, I don't think so. Also, you guys all do seem like bad people. Studies show, the evidence shows that a lot of you are bad people, especially when your employees come out and sue you and lay it all out there for everyone. And by the way, in December, it said that the lawsuit had been thrown out, but they just can't sue Lizzo as an individual. The case against the touring company, Big Girl, Big Touring, remains ongoing, all right?
The body positivity was the reason she got popular in the first place. What's left?
Is Lizzo still relevant? Serious question. I don't know or have heard any new music from her.
The weight that is no longer on me is not just fat or physical. I released so much to get to this point. And I think people can see that. And I don't want to describe anything as loss. I'm not experiencing any loss. I've actually gained so much. I've gained a sense of self. I gained a lifestyle that I actually really love. I've gained new perspectives on nutrition and the science behind cardio or weightlifting. Like it's exciting to me. People aren't going to understand this right now, but it's the most body positive way to experience what I'm going through. I don't think I want to lose anything. I think I want to win. I think I want to gain.
Sorry, but Lizzo is the same person who gaslit the world that she was happy being a bigger woman. But deep down she hated her body. Now she is her best self being smaller lol.
God bless Ozempic.
But she used to say I love being huge.
Change is not something to fear. It's proof that you're alive, growing, and moving forward. Every step you take to improve yourself is a step toward becoming the strongest version of you. Life will never stand still, and neither should you. Evolution is the name of the game, and those who rise are the ones who embrace it. You were never meant to stay the same, you're built for more, and your journey has only just begun.
I was gonna get like a side salad so I can get full off of that. They don't have salads there. The only healthy thing was the roasted wings, and that's what I was looking forward to, but they didn't have them. You think that they'd have maybe vegetables. They do. They have green beans, I think, but they're made in like butter and everything else. If you're gonna eat unhealthy, pick and choose your unhealthy. I'd rather not have green beans smothered in butter. I'd rather have a couple of these wings. Oh! This is definitely a lot left over. I got a lot, so it was pleasing to look at. If I would have just got 3 wings and I was like, okay, let's eat together, it just wouldn't have looked as pleasing as so many. Plus I'll have leftovers like, see, this is leftovers isn't that great, but I might eat a couple later. I don't know, honestly. But yeah, that was good. I'm actually full.
I feel weird making a commentary, 'cause I still don't understand her, if all of her is a big try of satire, if it's sarcasm, if it's just for views, or she is really this way. However, this is a very long way to go to justify your actions.
Veggies make her nervous, guys. So fried wings is healthier than buttered green beans?
Cooking your food makes you aware of the ingredients.
I'm not on a mattress, I'm on a fucking couch!
And even back then when you were bedridden, she was still getting up and going to the bathroom by herself. So
I wasn't.
There was never not a time where you could not move on your own.
Yeah, I'm not bedridden.
Becky always accidentally exposing her lol. She went up to go to the bathroom by herself. Does she want a gold star for basic human function?
What? I ordered an exercise bike. And they gave me a couch.
Majority of everything I eat, 99.9999% of what I eat is okayed by my dietitian. They want me to eat what I want, when I want, what I'm craving. I have started to count calories. I'm not supposed to. I mean, it's not recommended. I ordered this from McDonald's and I also got a Diet Coke.
This may be a valid advice in rare cases, but intuitive eating is for sure not for obese individuals.
Take they licenses if they saying that.
A Coke to wash down the Sprite.
I don't want you guys to think I'm over here like gaining weight and stuff. That's definitely not it, because I'm not trying to gain weight. I'm trying to lose weight. I'm not trying to maintain. I'm trying to lose. Where are my cheese fries? Ooh, that's good. I've been back to drinking caffeine lately. This is like literally the best way. Not all success is visual. Not all success is noticeable.
Not all, but weight loss is.
Success is often not success.
I'm really nervous because this is so random. It's like a little cucumber boat. What ties it all together is the bacon.
Here is a random fact. You won't feel hungry if you avoid ultra-processed foods. Eat fruits, vegetables, eggs, meat and fish as much as you want and your hormones and gut microbiome would heal.
Of course it's the bacon that tied it all together. I'm hearing, the only thing I like is the bacon. Why she always nervous when she eats?
She jumped before she even looked at it.
Don't spit. There, you don't know how to.
I'm very late to tea.
Me when someone tells me tea, I already know.
Hi, this is your friendly reminder that you're not a bad person for being fat. There's nothing wrong with it. You can be who you are, and you can be a fat person, and you can live a full, fulfilling life while being fat. You do not have to lose weight in order to live a full life.
That is what you would want. People not losing weight, because it is so fulfilling if you cannot climb a pair of stairs.
I'm just a shit person who happens to be fat.
I accept, it's gonna probably be a bit shorter life, but honestly, kebabs are fucking worth it.
99, 100. You don't get a body like this sitting on the couch. Go to the freaking gym!
Don't eat the gym.
Just because they're called plates doesn't mean you eat them.
I can vividly remember the first time I went on my weight loss journey. I was about 10 years old, and I had just waddled in to Weight Watchers with my mom. During that time, I was very tall for a 10-year-old, but I was bigger. I was also an athlete as well. I did competitive swimming. I was a hungry girl. And I remember going into Weight Watchers, I was criticized if I had gained a pound in a week really badly. Like, my mom would be so disappointed in me. The people there would be disappointed in me. I wouldn't get, like, my sticker that I would get every week. And it was tough. I was 10 years old. And it doesn't help that the people there and all the adults that were, like, in their 40s and 30s doing this. And here's me, a 10-year-old, with my mom because I needed a guardian. Listening on these nutrition lessons that they gave back then. I remember having this little book that I used to carry around with me at school, too. Can you imagine what that does to a 10-year-old's mental health? That made me spiral, and I've been struggling with an eating disorder for the rest of my life. And I still struggle with it to this day as a 24-year-old, 14 years later. I wish I can go back in time and apologize to that girl, because I did not need to hear that. There were women there who would tell me, yeah, you could drop 3 to 5 pounds in a week. And that's how it all started.
No, no, no. You cannot blame this event for your weight. No way. No way you would go this way to justify your obesity. So you want to say that if this didn't happen you wouldn't be fat? But you already were, as you said. So what changed? Nothing. But something would have changed otherwise? The accountability. We all have some bad memories but need to eventually grow up.
Also, take everything you're learning about your ED to heart now. I didn't learn until 36. And I think these last 3 years are the first 3 I've been able to fully leave.
Husband said I can eat a piece of cake if it fits on this tiny plate, okay? Okay, guys? I got my cake, guys. Baby.
What the?
You can make a tower, just saying.
That plate just hit a new PR.
Hey, I really like this outfit and I'm going to post it on social media. Hey Hannah, I don't like this outfit. Okay? Yeah, it's ugly, it's unflattering, you look bigger than what I think you are. Disgusting, I would never wear this. And actually, I think it's weird that you're encouraging other people to dress like this when it's so unflattering. And actually, you just existing is like, I don't know, encouraging people to be fat. It's like glamorizing obesity. You should be ashamed of yourself, actually. It's just an outfit. And I just happen to exist in a larger body. There is no glamorization or encouragement from me to anyone to look like me. I'm just showing how people my size can also be fashionable And also, fashion is subjective, it is a taste. You may not like it, but it doesn't mean that it is bad or objectively bad. That is just your opinion. Well, if you didn't want different opinions, then you shouldn't have posted on social media. I'm entitled to give you my opinion. No, you're not. You're not entitled to give me your opinion. That's not a thing. You're entitled to have it, but you are not entitled to share it. Learn a difference. You're hiding behind that phrase just so you can be a cunt. Goodbye.
But you are not just existing. All you do is talk about fat phobia.
These people must be so insecure because no one who is happy with themselves would ever say this LMAO.
Oh, the horror of looking bigger than you actually are. Maybe I just want to wear the cute outfit, Karen.
You guys know how I use a scooter in the stores? This is like so embarrassing. I could like die from this. So we were at Target last night and my scooter died. My scooter literally died and we were way in the Christmas area, so that's way in the back. I'm like, okay, interesting. What am I gonna do? I mean, I can walk. I just can't walk for more than 10 minutes. So I ended up getting out of the scooter, taking Becky's cart, and I was waiting for her. And I think it was up most about 5 or 6 minutes and I couldn't breathe. My back was hurting. It was just kind of felt like I stood up, you know, and I was holding like all this weight on me and it just kept getting harder and harder and harder to hold. So that's a situation that truly did happen. Because a lot of people are like, you can walk in the store, you don't need a scooter. I do. I've gotten to the point where I need a scooter and that's pathetic.
How was this not a reality check for her?
Trying to tell the story between bites.
I mean, you need to eat to survive.
You're allowed to shit talk brands,
which is very literally a teaching of eugenics.
Whole foods, don't get me started on that term.
Fat phobic unless 6XL.
A brand not making something in your size or any of their items in your size is valid and is a reason to critique said brand, especially when this behavior is a pattern exhibited by most brands in our reality. Especially when this continued behavior of intentionally excluding the majority of women results in a level of systemic discrimination against a group of people.
Majority of women? Does it make sense this claim to be true? So brands intentionally lose money just to hate on you? Anyway, how can you force a private business to fulfill your wishes? Do brands exist to make you happy? Fat logic at its finest.
So yes, you're allowed to critique. You're allowed to shit talk brands who are discriminating against a group of people. You're allowed to question fat phobia. So yes, you are allowed to criticize, critique, or shit talk fat phobia that we see in our reality. So I wonder, when marginalized people bring up the issues that they experience in their group and community, is that always shit talking, or just when fat people or socially unacceptable people speak up? Just wondering. Thank you.
You should focus your energy elsewhere.
It should be discrimination. They legally should have to make every item of clothes in every size.
I think I probably like bigger people because I can assume the lifestyle that comes with the body. And I'm attracted to that lifestyle. I see someone super in shape and I'm like, ooh, they probably have a really strict morning routine. They're probably really careful about what they eat. I see a big belly and I'm like, they're gonna sit on the porch and eat ice cream sandwiches with me for sure. They're gonna go to brunch with me for sure. They're gonna consume large amounts of alcohol and snacks for sure. And put the belly in a crop top while you're at it, you know? Show me the belly and the stretch marks. Put some glitter on them. Let them shine.
Her logic is logicking. She a keeper.
They're here for a good time, not a long time.
Next, we have some philosophizing.
Can someone please explain to me why people hate fat people so much? Because I feel like there's something I'm not understanding.
It really is an unearned sense of superiority. And mind you, that same sense of unearned superiority is found across the board when you look at intersections. White people, men, heterosexuals, cisgender, non-disabled people, like all of those structures rely on the people in power believing that they earned that power. Which is why those people who sit atop of those power structures get so flippin' mad when they see people who do not have those same privileges having the audacity to be joyful and have self-love. And body size especially has a tie-in of health having some type of moral component,
which is very literally a teaching of eugenics.
Just like skin color, gender presentation, sexuality, body size does not determine someone's worth. And maybe you don't agree with that, but that makes you a tremendous asshole.
Why are you making things intentionally so complex? Using references just to sound smart. Why no logic? The question is, why do people hate fat people? The answer is they don't. But people hate misinformation, are against delusions, and don't want to be forced to accept insane ideas. Don't want people denying science, making up things harmful to society, being lied to, etc. Also, fat activists, people like you, are great fitness motivation and example what not to be like.
Saw a Reddit thread recently about people who started GLPs and were amazed at the immediate quieting of food noise. Thin people who never experience this would definitely believe it's a lack of willpower.
You've had a lifetime of food that tastes amazing to you, and your back shows it. It's as big as a linebacker. If I were you, I would only eat food that tastes gross. You've eaten food that tastes amazing, and you can't see your toes in the shower. If I were you, I would eat food that tastes gross so that you can get your blood pressure down. So start eating gross food. I don't care. Your name is not Keith Lee. You don't get paid to eat. Everything that goes in your mouth doesn't have to be a 10 out of 10 experience. You don't have to get an orgasm when you eat. So some food you will eat and maybe it won't taste that good to you, but does it matter? No, it does not matter at all. You're fine. Yogurt with fruit and granola? No. Do 1 cup of Greek yogurt, 2 boiled eggs.
In my 30s I stopped eating for taste lol. Y'all just gotta get your palate used to healthier foods. It's so used to Chick-fil-A and cereal that you can't taste any flavors from a garden. Just give it 2 weeks.
This next video really angered me.
What is the message and the narrative that you are sending with putting out this content? And I'm sorry, I'm in my pajamas today. In case you were concerned, Gwyneth Paltrow has decided to update us with what she's eating in a day. Lucky us. Bear with me whilst I make my dinner. Gwyneth Paltrow has revealed that she's no longer doing paleo diet. Paleo diet is like what our ancestors would have eaten. Fruits, vegetables, whole foods. Don't get me started on that term. Paleo diet excludes grains, hello kabuli pilau, dairy, and legumes and things like that. According to this recent article, Gwyneth is no longer doing the paleo diet because she became too obsessed with eating healthily. Are we surprised? Now listen, I am in no position to be wielding a knife. I am in no position to diagnose anybody. But what is common but not normal? Orthorexia. Orthorexia is an obsession with eating healthily. And Gwyneth, you're telling us that you became obsessed with eating very, very healthily. Excuse me while I grate my cucumber for my writer to go with my kabuli pilau. This wouldn't make Gwyneth very happy because it's not a whole food, is it? It's just a nubbin of a cucumber.
You as a nutritionist are making fun of the term whole foods? How can you deny the significance of unprocessed and unrefined foods? A banana and cookie cannot be the same. One is as given in nature, the other one is something that your gut cannot recognize.
Make Gwyneth very happy because it's not a whole food, is it? It's just a nubbin of a cucumber. Whilst being hardcore microbiotic was an interesting chapter, she might have got a little didactical about her diet and being a little strict. You'd probably be thinking, Laura, why has this pissed you off? I'm so glad you asked. Cut that little nubbin of cucumber at the end, it was annoying me. Sorry. Listen, I don't like food waste, okay? She goes on to talk about how her and her husband were paleo for years. There's a lot of fish, no dairy, and no sugar. No dairy as I dollop my very full of dairy yogurt into my bowl. Gwyneth goes on to say that she got a little bit sick of her diet, which is unsurprising when you're very restrictive around your diet. Yes, you're going to get bored of the food you're eating. Because whilst people, fitness influencers, etc., like to say that you shouldn't enjoy your food and food is just fuel, blah, 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 it's not actually. Food is pleasure, food is enjoyment, food is celebration, food is culture. So she's got into eating sourdough bread and cheese. A lot of cucumber in my right eye. And also a little bit of pasta. Shocking. The thing is, it actually shouldn't be shocking. Gwyneth really made a name for herself as this like wellness queen. Gwyneth, you kind of made a rod for your own back a little bit, if I'm honest. And so when she talks about like the shocking nature of her having sourdough bread, cheese, pasta, etc., don't get me wrong, it is a big deal when you've been very restrictive and you start to have these foods. I would know. However, you've got a lot of influence, you've got a lot of power, and you made a lot of money off of this brand that you created. It also feels a bit like she's just trying to be relatable at this point. I mean, part of the problem is that Gwyneth still goes on to say that she thinks the paleo diet is a good template for a diet.
Which of course is. However, there is so much we don't know, but so much we do. And you cannot generalize as such. Every approach is individual. There is no objective truth, even though there are scientific basics.
Eating foods that are as whole and fresh as possible, that are very local and seasonal. I'm just so amazed that we had this power in our hands, that if we treated ourselves well and hydrated and ate whole foods, that we could just feel so much better. This doesn't sit well with me because this harpers back to this idea that all of our health is in our hands. It's up to us to make us feel good. Actually, Gwyneth, what you're showing there is your true privilege. For you to just say that it's within our hands to make ourselves feel better, well, no, actually. There are real hard line systemic barriers that get in the way. Be in a food apartheid, aka food desert, to be able to afford local produce, seasonal produce. That shit's expensive. That's my leftover Kabuli pilau. I was being so serious then, microwave, and you interrupted me. In all seriousness, these are the fundamental problems. So many people don't have access to running water, medical insurance, access to fresh food, time to make fresh food, money to buy certain food. And so for Gwyneth Paltrow just to say that we have this power in our hands is our problem, we need to make this better. If we just eat a certain way, then we'll feel so much better.
Fuck off. Of course that people who don't have running water are not watching her videos. Fuck off. You just want to criticize something.
If we just eat a certain way, then we'll feel so much better. Then she talks about eating foods that are anti-inflammatory, and this is her medical advice, and she's not giving anybody else medical advice, blah, 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 blah. That's all well and good. But the thing is, you have a lot of influence, you have a lot of power, you have a huge platform, you have millions of followers. You emulate what society, social media, the mass media says is a beautiful woman. You are in a smaller body, you are blonde, you are able-bodied, heterosexual, straight size, all of those things. Society as a whole, we've put that type of person on a pedestal, and we say that they're the pinnacle of health and beauty. Therefore, that gives somebody a power, that gives somebody influence. So whilst she does say that this is her own advice and advice that doctors have given her, you're still kind of ignoring how much of a platform you really have and how much influence you have, and you're just stepping back from responsibility. Like, oh shit, I might have gone a bit too far about 5 years ago. I'm going to step it back and say that I eat pasta and cheese, but remember, this is just about me, it's not about you. That's not really how social media works. Definitely not how what I eat in a day's works, especially when somebody has influence, somebody has power, somebody is in a smaller body. I think just to try and stay relevant, right at the end, she says, I eat full meals, I have days where I eat whatever I want, French fries or whatever. To be honest, me personally, I don't care what Gwyneth Paltrow eats in a day. What I care about is the narrative that she puts out there as an influential person that has a huge amount of privilege. And that's what I care about with all what I eat in a day. What is the message and the narrative that you are sending with putting out this content? And more often than not, Gwyneth Paltrow, I'm sorry to say this, it's problematic AF. Even with this, talking about whole foods, saying that you're going to fix your health by eating a certain way, huge systemic barriers in the way, stopping people from having access to so-called health and wellness. I hadn't planned on having red wine with this dinner, but I really might have to. So TLDR, Gwyneth Paltrow is no longer paleo, and that's the best that we're getting out of this, I'm afraid. I have to go and eat my leftover Kabuli pilau, which, by the way, tastes incredible. I really think my grandmother would be proud, but I think she'd also have lots to say about how I made this. And needless to say, I really don't think my dinner is Gwyneth Paltrow approved.
Okay, so whole foods and paleo is bad. But what is your alternative approach?
She realizes people from the Stone Age only lived until like 30, right? At best.
Did she go out and hunt and catch it, etc. to be true to the paleo diet though? I mean, just saying.
Do you remember when Richard Simmons said, when you eat healthy, you're not really happy during that eating window. But then the rest of the day, your body feels good and you feel good. And when you eat unhealthy and foods that aren't good for you, you're so happy and it feels so good during that eating window. But the rest of the day, you don't feel good. So you just have to choose if you want to feel good for a little bit of time or a lot of time. Yeah.
Dang. That's deep. I find if I don't eat the junk, the healthy stuff starts tasting better.
As my grandmother always said, moment on the lips, lifetime on the hips.
Which video left you speechless? Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe for more weight loss motivation.
This is like such a weird thought that you would think I wouldn't be able to tie my shoes because I'm fat. So let me just show you. Like, let's pretend my Crocs are shoes. All we would do is just bend like this and tie them. And if your little fat phobic brain thinks that's cheating, I could just bend down and tie them. And then if for some reason that wouldn't work, I could just kneel down and tie them, but I won't because like, I don't want to ruin this cute set.
Yes, this may be you making a joke, but otherwise trying to explain and justify this says a lot.
Can the person asking that tie their shoes? Because that seems like quite a complicated action for someone with no brain in their head.
You're nicer than I would be lovely.
If I'm so fat, then why isn't this skinny chair breaking? Explain that to me.
Give it some time. It's made of titanium.
Product link.
I truly believe that we shouldn't be basing people's self-worth or self-love on their weight and size. Like, I think that's obvious, and yet some people really, really, really want to do that. I guess my only challenge to you is, okay, sure, I mean, you do you, but what happens if you gain weight? Do you no longer love yourself? Do you no longer like yourself? Do you no longer respect yourself? Also, like, again, why do you love yourself more when you've lost the weight? Is it because other people are treating you kinder? Like you more? Is that okay? Like, just use your fucking brains. Challenge yourself. Challenge yourself to think maybe this status quo isn't actually the best for us. I mean, radical, right?
Weight loss is a significant accomplishment and should be celebrated. Alongside exercise, it's the best thing you can do for your health. Self-discipline makes you a better person for sure. And yes, people who lost weight are more valuable than you. They don't whine, are not burdened to other people, and have a positive impact.
I get that some of you are benefiting from the current diet culture brain, whereas you're getting all of that good behavior points, right? Because that's what it is. So you're getting respect from other people, you're getting love from other people, and that is helping yourself feel good about yourself, respect yourself more, love yourself more. But it's not sustainable. Because what happens if your body changes? But you're not in that headspace where you're looking into the future. You're thinking about the now. And the right now means that you benefit and you don't give a fuck what happens to other people. As long as you're okay, right? As long as you're okay. But Lord knows if your body was to change, if you were to gain the weight back or something else happens, you'll be coming to people like me who are always telling you that you are valuable and worthy regardless of weight and size you are. And isn't that kind of ironic?
If you regain your weight, that means you went back to your old habits. You became complacent and lazy, which are not valuable traits.
I love myself more when I lose weight because I physically feel fitter, which in turn improves how I feel mentally. For me, it's nothing to do with societal views.
Cool. So what happens if the body changes?
Exercise is the single biggest elixir for brain health. We studied this question extensively about 8 years ago, and I initially just refused to believe this was the answer because it seemed too simplistic. I thought there had to be something more powerful. But as important as sleep, nutrition are, exercise kind of takes the cake. And I suspect it's because it impacts so many systems. So exercise is going to impact glucose disposal, insulin sensitivity, inflammation. It produces growth factors for neurons, BDNF. If you could do 3 hours a week, that's great. If you can do 7 hours a week, it's even better.
And on the other hand, obesity is connected to lower mental capacity.
Exercise is the best thing I do for myself every day. It sets the tone for the day for my family, and for my work life, and also my creativity. I often say strength training not only gave me a life, it also saved my life.
Can someone point out to me where the people are that are glamorizing being in a larger body? And to that point, we cannot assume somebody's health just because of the size of their body. We cannot assume that somebody in a larger body is automatically unhealthy, and vice versa. We cannot assume that somebody is in a thin body, they are automatically healthy. When I was in my smallest version of my body, I was incredibly unhealthy. I had no period, I was losing hair, losing sleep, had no schmeck-schmai, was incredibly fearful of food. My anxiety and depression was at an all-time high. It was schmoo-schmeidel. I really do need us to just take a step back when it comes to talking about folk either in larger bodies or when it comes to smaller bodies, and not make sweeping statements or claims or assumptions about somebody just because of the size of their body.
Your first question, how are they glamorizing obesity? Just look at my channel. The second argument is the most ridiculous one fat activists use. Of course you can be thin and unhealthy, no one is denying that. But being obese is unhealthy, and that is not questionable. Don't cherry-pick exceptions. Visceral fat makes you sick, that's a fact.
Also, I'm at my smallest as an adult. Only one of my 4 chronic conditions went away because I am smaller.
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. Losing weight is hard, but living fat is harder. If you can live fat, you can lose weight. Big Belly Gang, lock in.
Nailing it, eat clean, get moving, and watch your whole life change.
I have truly reached a new level of delusion. Tell me why every time I put this fit on, I'm like, yeah, wow, I'm kind of skinny.
Skinny and fit.
It looks amazing. The body is bodying. Love it.
Now, I'm the receptionist at a doctor's office. Coming in today to answer messages? Yes. Okay.
I commend her for still being active and working, but imagine you're trying to make an appointment and you call your doctor's office and all you hear on the other line is just ma'am, do you need to schedule an appointment first?
Out of breath from typing is crazy.
Took one call, now she need a meal.
Now I can't breathe.
Hi, this is your friendly reminder to eat today. If you haven't eaten today, you need to eat. It is important, it is fuel for your body, and you need to do it. Regardless of what you ate yesterday, regardless of what you are going to eat tomorrow, you need to eat today.
I know you are not addressing me, but your genuine audience of obese individuals. Do you really think this is valid advice?
Don't worry, I'd never forget to eat.
If you're fat, you are choosing your food over your family. Every day that goes by that you choose not to lose weight and you choose not to change the way you eat, you are choosing your food over your family. When you choose your food over your family, that's f***ing selfish.
It's a disease where every time their elbow bends, their mouth opens.
LOL, what family?
It's a demonic spirit oppressing them. It's called the spirit of gluttony. It's one of the 7 deadly sins.
Hey, we should be having some sympathy for these fashion brands because it must be so hard to predict what plus-size people want to wear. But luckily for you, I'm here to give you some tips on what truly plus-size people want to wear. Are you ready? Literally all of these dresses, if they could be made in plus sizes, would sell really well. All of this. We would love all of these options. And these ones, that dress would be really cute plus size, that top, these trousers, that'd be really cute plus size. Literally everything that is on your website, if you could just make that in plus sizes, you'd hit the nail on the head. So I hope that helps. You don't have to design in completely new collections just for plus size. Just take the ideas you already have for straight sizes and adapt them for bigger sizing. I know it's a revolutionary idea. Please credit me. My name's Hannah Ogilvie Young at Queen Bee Says. Okay, thank you.
The cockiness is out of control with you.
Yep. Literally their clothes, but bigger.
Surely, it'll cost more, won't it? More materials, higher costs.
There is more material between a size 6 and a size 12, but they are costed the same. It's funny how the cost for more materials only applies to plus sizes.
Fuck your motivation. You need discipline. I'm missing motivation most days. Yeah, sometimes I got motivation. Sometimes I'm like, fuck yeah, today I felt good. I can't wait to get to the gym. But a lot of days like, gotta get to the gym. And then once I get going, then I feel great. I feel great when it's over. But it's that beginning part that's hard because your body wants to stay comfortable.
Every time I start doing things I don't want to do, I grow.
Yes. That's a lesson that people need to hear and learn. You've got to do things that you don't want to do because you show your body that your mind is the boss. Your mind is telling your body what to do, and then you have control.
Needed to hear this today. Motivation comes and goes, but discipline, that's the game changer. It's wild how the hardest part is just starting, but once you're in it, you're reminded why you showed up.
Somebody call the police. There's a fatty in the chocolate aisle. It's wild how something as simple as buying chocolate can feel like a public spectacle when you're in a bigger body. If you've ever felt eyes on you at the supermarket or feel like people are scanning your cart for proof of why your body is the size it is, you're not alone. But let me remind you, you don't owe anyone an explanation, not for what you eat, not for how you look, and certainly not for just existing.
First of all, you shouldn't be in that aisle. Second, trust me, no one is watching you at the supermarket. Only when we need a motivation we search for fat videos.
I literally had someone do that and then proceeded to tell me that they could never put that harmful toxins into their body.
Try being a plus-size vegetarian. People are amazed. I have had some really weird responses to that.
I've had an older woman take a bottle of Coke out of my trolley and go, "You don't need this."
The other day I saw this tweet where somebody was saying, I can't believe there are actually fat doctors and nurses. Like, it freaks me out when I see a fat doctor or nurse. And the thing about this that is so wild to me is that people in the year of our Lord 2025 really still think that being fat is a matter of not knowing how to be skinny. Like, no one's just told you yet that you need to eat less and exercise more. You've never heard of a calorie. Like, is that seriously what you think? And you think that these doctors and nurses are just so dumb that they don't know how to be skinny, even though they passed medical school or became a registered nurse? For real? But I think, yeah, for real.
No, people are not delusional unlike you. Every person knows at least the basics, or as simple as, more food than you need makes you gain weight. I think we all know that it all comes down to discipline. Discipline. Yes, it will be harder for some people to lose weight, but in the end, the willpower is what matters.
Because it's very comforting to people to believe that. And I get it. You see a widespread phenomenon that you recognize on some level must be systemic, like somehow. There's no way that it's just individual, because all individuals are different. It has to be a larger thing that's common to all of these people who are fat, all these doctors and nurses who are fat. And so you pick the one that's the most individually solvable because it's the most manageable to think about. You pick the one that's like, oh, they just don't know. They just aren't aware. Or sometimes you'll pick, they just have no self-control, they're just making a choice. Because that's very solvable on an individual level, right? Make different choices. But what you don't consider is all of the larger systemic factors that could be contributing to this. So in the case of doctors and nurses, what kind of hours are they working? What kind of stress are they under? What does that stress do to the body? Like, literally, stress can cause you to hold on to weight, and these people are not getting enough sleep, they're not regulated, so perhaps that's a factor. Are they eating well? Are they having time to exercise? Probably not. There's that as well. I mean, lots of doctors run marathons. I don't know how they freaking do it, but a lot of people just don't have that kind of bandwidth, especially if they have kids or other responsibilities or other things going on in their life.
But as you said, stress can make you hold on to weight. Yes, cortisol can make things harder, but what made you gain all that weight in the first place? Working all day and not eating enough?
Other things going on in their life. But instead of fighting for, say, better work hours or more accessible, nutritious foods, you find the way to make it as individual as possible and to blame people and to look down on people. Because when you get to call these people stupid, you still get to stay superior. You don't have to feel sorry for them. You don't have to help them. You're under no personal obligation yourself to make the world a better place. All you have to do is like look down on them for not making their world a better place, which of course being thinner is inherently better, blah, blah, blah. And we can unpack that another time. But like, say you believe it is, and in this paradigm it is, then yeah, you're leaving it all the way up to them, because that's way easier on you, and you get to, again, preserve your sense of superiority.
I mean, my sister's a veterinarian, but she's not a dog.
Joke's on them because I'm a fat dietitian.
I trust fat doctors more than thin ones, I fear.
Spherical, but she can't even get off a range of motion. That's not curvy, that's global. All it would bother if it wasn't for her gravitational pull. She's easier to jump over than to walk around. You are a hemisphere, wider woods. My phone just hit the floor as soon as this image loaded.
They are pretty risky for putting her anywhere except for the bottom level.
Tiger, I won't be getting wood.
Wider woods.
Had this realization recently that the way that skinny people talk to fat people is essentially the way that rich people talk to poor people. Like, why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and lose some weight? If you want to be rich, have you tried not buying avocado toast and Starbucks? If you want to be skinny, have you tried not buying ice cream and Big Mac? I'm skinny because I work hard and I earned it. Ignore the fact that I've always been skinny and that both of my parents are skinny and all of my extended family is skinny. I worked for it. And obviously there is a Venn diagram of people who are fat and people who are poor. But you see what I mean?
So the rich person's advice is to not buy avocado toast in Starbucks? Cannot the advice be the same? Work smarter and harder?
I found out through genetic testing I will never be skinny. My body is designed this way.
Is the Venn diagram still a Venn diagram if it's a circle?
Y'all, this girl said, "You're not a dog. Stop rewarding yourself with food." I do that.
Barks hungrily.
Decided that because I was feeling crappy, put an effort into my...
Funny how you're going to put effort into your appearance and not your nutrition. Maybe then you won't feel so crappy, huh?
Hi. Effort, huh? I'm a goddamn supermodel. I know, yeah. I also run multiple successful businesses. I know. It's not much effort though. I also work out 5 days a week.
Interesting how this old video is so funny now. And walking to your fridge does not count as workout.
I also work out 5 days a week. I know. God, so many mental gymnastics to get from your leap over here. Now that's effort, yeah. I don't know, I don't really have much else to say because, you roasted.
Laughs in fat checks and good mental health.
You didn't actually address what she said. She said nutrition, not putting in effort.
That's a lot.
Thank you.
For the whole family?
Just for me.
Oh, enjoy.
Thanks.
From now on, I'm judging every book by its cover. If I don't like it, I'm not reading it.
Bro thought he was getting a compliment, lol.
Is this an opportunity to talk about the obesity paradox? And yes, it is cold enough for me. The obesity paradox is the fun way the science and medical community maintain their bias against fat people. See, because instead of going back and being like, maybe weight isn't as impactful on people's health as we stated, they just call it a paradox. It's too confusing. This paradox states is
Actually, a lot of people who carry extra weight on them fare better during medical emergencies. Like, you're more likely to survive a severe heart attack, cancer, illness, injury. Carrying extra energy stores on your body helps you during recovery. And instead of using this opportunity to stop stigmatizing larger bodies in medical fields, they just said, it's a paradox. We're confused. You can Google it if you don't believe me. This is highly researched. And just more proof that BMI is trash.
What about the other 99% of the studies suggesting otherwise? Even if these findings are real, it may make sense because the reasons for heart attack in thin individuals, since extremely rare, are caused by something severe.
Scientists seem baffled that body fat, the body's storage of energy, does in fact store energy.
Also, old people who have some weight on them do better in falls, because they have padding. It's the skinny ones who break a hip and never recover.
That's how you know the food good when you got a cold.
Well, that's how you know you need to slow down.
I ain't never heard of you choking 'cause the food was good.
I'm gonna get so much hate for this. Is a protein cookie healthier than a McDonald's cheeseburger? Just like before, we're gonna look at the entire cookie and the entire cheeseburger, because in all honesty, who's eating half a cookie? And when they advertise 16 grams of protein, they're referring to the whole cookie. Okay? First up, calories. You've got 420 calories in the protein cookie. You've got 300 calories in the cheeseburger. Fat, 12 grams in the cookie, 13 grams in the cheeseburger. Carbs, 59 grams in the protein cookie, 32 grams in the cheeseburger, and that includes the bun. Nobody's having lettuce wraps around here, aka handheld salads. Protein, 16 grams in the cookie, as we've already discussed, 15 grams in the cheeseburger. Sugar, you got 25 grams in the cookie, 7 in the cheeseburger. Most importantly though, taste, 1000% the cheeseburger. Plus, this is a darn sight cheaper than this. I'm off to have my cheeseburger, bye.
But you couldn't choose a worse cookie. Also, it's a cookie.
That alone doesn't make it healthier though. What about the ingredients and additives and chemicals and overall quality?
Healthy is not based on macros to me. Healthy is vitamins and also how many chemicals and hormones are in that food. Macros does not matter.
I don't believe this is a safe message to share with people. I'm a lifeguard, they float.
And what gave you the confidence?
Delusion.
That works. Yeah.
Totally on point.
8.
With us now is mum of one, Jay Cole, who weighs 22 stone. She's fit to work and claims she's desperate for a job. But employers won't hire her because she says she's overweight.
You have had a job, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had
You had a job which you did, it was a 6 hours a week job, and you did that for a year.
Yeah.
So you have been employed.
I have.
Why did that job come to an end?
Because I had a dispute about like timekeeping. They tried to say that I was late, and to me I wasn't late, and like one instant at there, my little girl was poorly, and I phoned up and said I can't come into work today because my little girl's poorly. I've got no one to look after her. I went back, and they accused me of being in KFC, which I wasn't. Apparently someone saw me in KFC.
Did I hear correctly? 6 hours a week?
She was definitely in KFC. To me, I wasn't late.
Okay, you guys, I'm home, and genuinely, like, I just feel really fucking just sad. Like, so my test results came back, and, like, they said that my lungs looked good, my heart looks good, and everything. And then I get the paperwork, and they didn't even mention this to me, which I don't know why, but I was just looking at the paperwork, and it says that I have an elevated D-dimer. And thankfully I noticed that before I actually left the hospital, so I asked the nurse, like, what does this mean? And she was like, oh, it just means, like, you could possibly have a blood clot. That's why we checked your lungs, but you don't have one. But then it's like, okay, like, I have other parts of my body. Like,
I'm just really scared. Like, I don't know. And this just like brings to light a lot of anxieties. It brings to light a lot of fears. It brings to light a lot of regrets. It brings to light a lot of just things. Like, I feel scared, and I'm just like, what? Like, my doctor's appointment isn't for a whole month. So it is literally 6:45 a.m. I was at the freaking ER all night, and they were so wonderful. They were so kind. I am so grateful for bedside manner, because I'm telling you, I had so much freaking anxiety, and they were all just like so sweet and understanding. They treated me like an actual human. Like, there have been times where, you know, I would go to the doctor and, you know, I met with a different experience because of my size. And like, I was freaking out, and I'm like, am I actually gonna fit in the CT scan? Like, I even vocalized that out loud, and she was like, yes, of course you are. And it's just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm glad that like my heart looks good and my lung looks good and stuff, but like, I have an elevated D-dimer. And that's scary.
This emotional state is good. If nothing can make you change, something like this should.
All of a sudden absolutely triggered me. It was not all of a sudden.
Her crying makes me irritationally angry. She's always throwing a pity party, but never actually changes anything in her life.
Not a single tear left her eyes, just as always. Season finale, let's go.
I'm gonna be the bigger person here.
Oh, you're definitely the bigger person.
No, you definitely are. I got a Coke body figure.
A 3 liter?
He forgot to add the 0 after that 3. Friendly fire will not be tolerated.
Any other fat girls feel like they literally can't do anything right, or is it just me? I think something not talked about nearly enough is the way that fat men are treated versus fat women, because it's kind of insane. And I feel like anytime I say this, a lot of fat men will be like, no, like, I still get bullied and like whatever. And I'm not saying that I think they don't get bullied at all. It's just different. If you see any fat person on the internet literally do anything, the comments are just insane. But especially if they're a fat woman.
I haven't seen a male fat activist yet.
Sometimes I'll see a couple where there's one fat woman and a skinny man, and everyone in the comments is like, is he okay? Does she have a lot of money? Does he have a fetish? Or something like that. But if I see a fat man with a skinny woman, people are always like, he must have the nicest personality. He looks like he would give the best hugs. What is that? What is that? I don't know why fat men are just seen as like the hilarious best friend. Like, he's just such a sweet guy. He's just like a big teddy bear. But then fat women are seen as disgusting and horrible and annoying, loud, like so many just horrible things. It's kind of insane. Like, honestly, sometimes when I think about it, I'm just like, damn, how did we get here? And to be fair, it's not that I'm saying that fat men just like don't get treated like shit at all, because that's not what I'm saying. I know some of them get bullied sometimes, and I'm sure they have to deal with their own stuff. When you're a fat woman, it's almost like you're not even seen as a human being, and that's like a weird experience. Funny thing is I can't even complain about it without everyone just being like, well, just lose weight. Like, yeah, but also just like stop hating women. Also, a lot of people will tell fat women, oh, just date other fat men. The thing about that is they also don't want to date us, because a lot of them are also mean to us. And so what is that? Like, I don't know. It's like the calls coming from inside the house. We're on the same team, but we're not, because I'm a woman. And that's the truth. I don't know. Anytime I post about how people hate fat people, I always get comments being like, no one actually cares. Like, no one hates fat people. And I always sit back and think about it for a second. Then I'll see something else on the internet of like a fat person literally just existing, and reading the comments of them getting absolutely flamed and ridiculed. I'm just like, girl.
Okay, but this is not just existing. When you express your opinions online, of course you are gonna get critiques. If you don't make everything about your weight, maybe it will be different. Find a hobby. Fat activism is not a hobby.
I realized I was fat when I posted some content on social media. To be honest, when I see a fat guy and a skinny girl, most of the comments are like, he must be loaded.
The average American is fatter than the average American pig now. It's true. Average American man, 28% body fat. Average American woman, 40% body fat. Average American pig, 15 to 25% body fat.
Oh my God.
Wonder if pigs say to other obese pigs, you eat like a human.
Laziness is considered a disability now.
This is a queer fat club.
I'm queer and fat.
Okay, thank you for joining. We're just introducing ourselves at the moment.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Joe?
Yeah, my name's Joe. I go by he, they, and I identify as 275 pounds.
Okay.
I feel like Jay's kind of making fun of me, though. I know it's kind of a shock. I know, kind of a new thing.
I'm just,
Do what?
I said I apologize.
Oh, no, you're good.
Are you comfortable leaving the group at the moment?
Why?
I'm not understanding why you're joining the group.
This is the queer and fat group now?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I came here for.
Okay. And you said you identify as fat?
Yeah.
Okay. This is just for fat-bodied people.
Yeah, I understand. I identify as a fat-bodied person.
Bro is playing their own game.
They're not as inclusive as they claim.
I hate when people talk about black women being obese. I hate it because it becomes a way to blame us for a set of conditions that we didn't create. We are living in the Trump era. And look, those policies kill our people. And what public health practitioners think is that our stress responses in the body change our metabolism. It's literally that the racism that you're experiencing and the struggle to make ends meet actually means the diet don't work for you the same.
Don't sugarcoat things or she'll eat that too.
Everything has to be blamed on something other than yourself.
I only heard KFC.
You don't have OCD. You have obesity.
Bruh.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know my psychiatrist was on here. Thank you.
It's funny cuz she didn't get the joke.
You got some pretty big biceps. This is gonna be light work for you, right? Come on, it's the spoon. You picking up the spoon and put it in your mouth. Eat them shits. 1 cheeseburger, 2 cheeseburgers.
Friendly fire.
Infinity oil glitch.
This Instagram account, it's this woman. Her comments are just filled with hate. This is the kind of stuff she posts. Like,
welcome to the day in the life of a 29-year-old small business owner who makes coffee for a living. Let's get this day started on the right note and head to the gym. Gonna do some boxing and some bench press.
Then you open the comments and it's like, please delete your account. 500 benching a 45-pound Smith bar. Like, people writing this. This is one of the biggest ones that goes, people just write hate. We're on the other side of the world. Just want you to know that I hate you. This video ruined my entire life. Is this physique naturally obtainable? Ignore all the positive comments. Been hating on this chick before it was cool. Don't listen to the haters. Keep your chins up. I'm edging to this right now.
Nothing small about that business owner.
Did you just assume her gender?
Even her voice is fat.
She got an allergic reaction to healthy food.
I don't know how you kept a straight face. Well, what can I say? It's all about the fine art of consulting. Oh, by the way, have you tried the new sushi spot on Canal Street? I'm checking it out Friday night after our meeting. You should come with.
To give context, this is the third time that Jordan, the consultant, has asked her out. Sarah is not interested in going out with him. And if Sarah is uncomfortable being asked out by Jordan, she should probably speak to her supervisor. Well, it's just that I'm not really interested in him romantically.
I don't think he's interested in you romantically. He can clearly see that you love food, and he's just being nice and offering you a chance to go out and do what you love. Look, you're wasting my time. I can guarantee you he's not interested.
Please tell me it's edited.
She knows she want a free meal.
I can never pay people to carry me if I'm totally wealthy.
Wish they stopped at the middle and ask him to pay extra or continue alone.
Being overweight is one of the smartest things you could do. Just imagine a zombie apocalypse and there's no food left. Overweight people keep all the food in their belly. Therefore, they would live longer than people who aren't overweight.
I think she also ate her brain cells.
In the zombie apocalypse, she doesn't worry about food because she is food.
She's really good at staying positive.
MG. Wow. You look so phenomenal right now. I'm like starstruck by your looks.
What?
We gotta go on a date.
Wow, thank you so much.
Wanna go on an apple date? Get Granny Smith apples?
Apple date?
Yeah, you want to?
I don't even like Granny Smith.
So why are you eating it?
Is that what kind of apple this is?
Hold on one sec.
What? What is this? Is this like a social?
No.
She's upgraded. I think this one's a freezer.
I just literally just cut my hair. All my hair is off. And he said that I don't want to take a look in the back of my head. Does it look bad?
Oh yeah.
So we about to show y'all the back of my head. So
Whoa.
How bad does it look?
Look like you got another face on the back of your head. It just smells.
Who else felt the back of their head? How did they cut the hair between the folds?
Josh donated $1. You're the reason they invented double doors.
You talking to me or you? I don't know.
You have something on your third chin.
Who said it? Buddy, I got one chin.
Fetty Whopper.
I can't, bro. I've never seen a chat this funny, bro.
Bros the planet in Planet Fitness.
Yeah. Every message. Dude, what are we doing here, man?
You're so large you could sell shade.
What did he just say?
Phantom donated $1. Arnold snatch a burger.
Just when we said it was getting wholesome, you come in and ruin it, buddy.
Thor the god of hunger.
What? Yo, come on, man.
Mark Buffalo Wings.
What? No, there's no way you punch that into your phone and type that out, bro. Yeah, dude literally paid for it and typed it out.
Avatar: The Last Chairbender.
The Incredible Bulk.
What's your biggest turnoff in guys?
Probably when they don't work out.
Those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Why ask her such a big question?
Well, that's heavy.
Tesla, take me somewhere I've never been before. Oh shit, where's it going?
This ought to be interesting.
Let's see where it takes us. Turning right. Let's see.
Well, that's good.
Wonder where it's going to take us. Like, how? It has to be just places we've never been in. This, like, I wonder where it's going.
Headed toward Mooresville.
Yeah. I've been to Mooresville. Where it's going? Pretty sick.
And that narrows it down. There's so many places off this exit. Been to most of them though. About just about any eating restaurant around here.
It says we're pulling in.
Oh. I guess you've never been there before.
Everyone knew it was going to the gym button.
I thought it would go the graveyard. And plane company's gonna charge me more for a checked bag that's 51 pounds.
Legend says that arm tattoo took a gallon of ink. That scale did nothing to you, leave it alone.
Have you been dying to ride Expedition Everest at Disney World's Animal Kingdom, but you weren't sure if you'd fit? Hey everyone, we're plus-size park hoppers. We range in sizes from 2X to 5X. Make sure you like this video and follow us for our plus-size Disney tips and tricks. Expedition Everest is a thrilling roller coaster that takes you speeding through the Himalayan mountains. Beware though, as there may be a Yeti lurking around those twists and turns. To the right of the ride entrance, there's a test seat in case you want to try it out before riding. The ride vehicle is a train with several rows, sitting 2 people per row. The seats are divided by a partition.
God bless the partition.
And each rider has their own individual lap bar. Both of your legs will need to fit under the bar in order to ride. The lap bar does not need to get to a certain position to lock. There is a transfer vehicle available where the door swings open to make transferring easier. All of us sizes 2X through 5X are able to ride this ride. Those of us who wear sizes 2X through 4X find this ride to be very comfortable. If you wear a size 5X or carry more weight in your hips or thighs, it might be a bit of a squeeze, but it's doable. If you use a wheelchair or ECV, you're able to stay in them throughout the queue for this ride. If you are prone to motion sickness or just don't like rides that jostle you a bit, this might not be for you. This ride is so much fun, but it does feel like it gets more intense every year. And it's full of speed and some scary surprises. We hope that these tips help and that you don't get snatched by the disco Yeti.
I bet everyone thought it will break.
God forbid plus-size people leave the fucking house.
If they left the house a bit more, there wouldn't be this issue.
But they are in scooters.
Sending gym motivation from Sweden.
Isn't it gonna make the ride slower?
My dear sweet child, that's what I do. It's what I live for.
No one says, existing in your fat body. Or your body is fat but you are not. What are you?
How do I deal with all the hate? One of my followers asked me when I was live, how do I deal with all the hate comments I get? And it reminded me that recently there was an article written about me and shared on Facebook, and the comments were, as you can imagine. Let's see who's actually leaving these comments, because I was trying to follow the rule. If you wouldn't take someone's advice, then you definitely shouldn't take their criticism. What a horrible day to have eyesight. I agree, Nick. Good grief indeed. So I hope you know there's a special place in hell reserved for women who hate on other women. Chris. You know what I think is gross? Having a coke nose. I don't think I'll be taking on board anything they have to say. What do you think?
You don't want to be judged, but you are judging based on appearance.
No, but for real. Why do they all look like they haven't seen a vitamin or mineral in 2 decades?
Literally.
They are just jealous that you have a gorgeous curvy bod and having more fun in life than them.
So I've been back from the gym for a while now, and I kind of just want to talk about my gym experience. So I used to go to the gym a lot when I was living in Virginia, but it's been about 3 to 4 years since I actually went to the gym and steadily went to the gym, and you know, it was very eye-opening. So we just paid to do like a 1-day thing today to kind of see like how we felt, if we liked it. So we did do that, and I loved it, I enjoyed it, but a lot of stuff was eye-opening for me. I got on a treadmill, and it didn't feel like it was supporting my weight, but thankfully there were like bigger treadmills behind me, so I went on that one, and that one was like perfect. And it was pretty sad because I used to walk at like a 4.0 pace, and I only could walk to a 1.8 pace. So I did that for 10 minutes, and I felt like
Bullshit. 10 minutes? Bullshit. Let's remember.
my breathing is really bad today. So 2 minutes 19 seconds. This is a wee bit disheartening. It is really hot out here, and I told you my breathing isn't that great today. My back hurts today, but that's not what stopped me. It was the fact that I just could not breathe. And I felt like I was dying. I was like, what the heck? So then I went and I tried this other machine that I used to do a lot, and my hips, I couldn't even fit on it because you have to stand in between, I don't even know what this machine's called, but 4 years ago I enjoyed it so much. You have to stand in between like these 2 bars, and your legs, it's not the elliptical, it's not the elliptical because I love the elliptical. But you like, your legs like go up, you have to like go like this. It kind of reminds you of an elliptical, but it's not. And I could barely do it because my hips were so big. So that was kind of eye-opening, and I can't wait until I can actually go on that machine again and be comfortable and not have my hips be completely like too big for me to even do it. Like I was able to fit, but they were like rubbing against the poles and it just wasn't comfortable. So
Not a damn treadmill.
Meals always on her mind.
You tread while enjoying a meal.
Did she mean point 4?
Jimberlin.
I am not hungry. I literally do not want to eat. Yay. I'm just like staring in my fridge. Girly pop. You need the protein. Like that's all I hear in my brain is protein. And this has 30 protein. So I think starting off my day, like I low-key hate that I have to do it, but like I have to do it. I don't want to lose more hair. You gotta shake it. Bye. Alrighty. Cheers. Wait a minute. This actually tastes so good because I don't have as much sweets as I used to. She kind of slaps. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, I'm actually gonna enjoy this.
The girl is getting 30 protein.
It's the wait after every lie that gets me.
The choker is probably a normal necklace. Okay, but how many sodiums does it have?
We're gonna go for it. Oh my god. Dang, this all goes so good together. Am I already full? Wait, I'm not even joking. Ugh. My appetite is no longer. So I'm gonna actually eat this very slowly and enjoy it. All right, guys, it took me about 30 minutes to finish this. I am stuffed. I can't eat anymore, but I am excited for my leftovers tomorrow.
Leftovers for after the clip.
Were the leftovers the couple tiny bits left at the bottom of the bowl?
When I'm full and no longer have an appetite, I stop eating. Am I doing it wrong?
Amber lying about food, the search bar.
Justifying every meal, the food drama.
I'm not really a pepperoni girl, but oh well. But I'm on a pill to help me like curb my appetite or whatever. And it's kind of helping. It's to the point where I kind of have to like force myself to eat right now. I really don't want to eat. Like I don't. But I haven't eaten today at all. And that's not good. I've been awake for, I don't know, 5 hours. And I'm drinking 2 waters. That's good, I guess. But I need to get something in my system. In my system, what? In my body. In my stomach. And the only thing that we really have right now is pizza.
I've not eaten today at all. It's only been 5 hours, girl.
All day for her equals 5 hours.
Intentional fact. Angus Barbieri was a man who fasted for 382 days. He subsisted on tea, coffee, sparkling water, vitamins and yeast extract. He went from 456 pounds to 180 pounds.
Boxes. I only ordered 2 things, so I don't know what this is. Okay, so I ordered crab rangoon. So confused what I got. And then I ordered some fried rice. This is what a fried Oreo looks like if anyone's been curious, because I have never heard of a fried Oreo in my life. What? Oh my gosh.
Take the unhealthiest food and deep fry it.
I only ordered 2 things. I got crab ragu, fried rice and fried Oreos.
She's all too familiar with the orders before opening them.
Okay, those do not taste that good. I'm scared to be getting fast food, but I'm still do it. I didn't go get this food. I'm too scared. I need to get back on track.
Well, you have to eat to survive.
It sends me when she says it's bad and continues to eat the entire meal.
Oh, she's nervous.
Hold on. water is to die for, literally.
She's just the most, isn't she?
It's a very narrow perception of what should be in somebody's diet. Let's watch what actor Mark Wahlberg eats in a day with Men's Health. The amount of you that tagged me in this, I am eternally grateful.
This morning I had 5 eggs, I had 2 hard-boiled eggs and 3 scrambled eggs.
Crikey dick, he had 5 eggs? 2 hard-boiled eggs and 3 scrambled eggs? Bloody hell, Mark.
Pork chop, which is a little bit of salt and pepper on it. I had wild smoked salmon, some Greek yogurt, and berries. And then I had green juice.
Straight out the gate, what do we think Mark's concerned about here? Protein. And what I find interesting is that Men's Health have actually got like how much protein is in his diet, like along the bottom, saying that the 5 eggs have got 30 grams of protein, which is fine. It's a very narrow perception of what should be in somebody's diet, and it's unsurprisingly very protein focused. 5 eggs, pork chop, wild smoked salmon, berries, yogurt, and a green juice. I mean, at least he's eating in the morning.
Yes, of course it's too much, but most probably this is a period when he is preparing for some role, so keep that in mind that everything is very intentional. If you are making 100 million per movie, and your appearance is what brought you there, you will do everything necessary.
I mean, at least he's eating in the morning. We are getting carbs, fat and protein. If it was me, would potentially swap out some eggs and pork chop and green juice for just a slice of toast. Word to Men's Health along the bottom with that caption, disease-fighting antioxidants in it. Okay, maybe we could just work on our language a little bit there.
That was at 8 o'clock in the morning. At 11 o'clock, I had chicken breast, chicken thigh, sweet potato, broccoli, a bowl of fruit, blueberry, blackberry, raspberry, strawberry, and then I had a handful of pistachios and I had a handful of almonds.
We saw a lot of chicken, carbs, fat and protein, blessed day. He got a little bit of fruit in there too. It's a privilege to be able to eat this way. I feel like we know that. Kind of giving off bodybuilder vibes in a way. You know what I'm not noticing so far is any like white carbs, which whilst he's not verbally demonizing them, the omittance, it's speaking volumes.
And then I just had, at 2 o'clock, I had salmon sashimi, crab salad with a little cucumber, and a couple pieces of chicken breast. And tonight I'll have a nice steak, some sea bass or halibut, something, and a vegetable.
And a vegetable. I really hope so, because Mark, I'm worried about your fiber intake.
I don't get if this is a joke about the fiber since he already ate 1 million berries. Keep in mind that he probably does not eat this way in general. This strict, or the sheer volume.
Had time doing a very high protein, high fat diet and subsequently felt the effects of not having so much fiber in their diet, you might want to just check your fiber content. I can tell you that from personal experience.
I just try to eat as clean as possible.
Oh, Mark. I was cool with this high protein way of life. If you want to be having pork chops and 5 eggs in the morning and then some chicken breast and chicken thigh and whatever you're having, you're privileged enough to be able to afford to have all of this food all of the time. You do you. But don't be referring to food as clean, because what you're doing is you're implying that this is a clean way of eating and anything outside of this is a dirty way of eating, which, as we have talked about many times, but Mark could probably do with the memo, there is no such thing as clean food and there's no such thing as dirty food, because labeling food in this way is creating shame, it's creating stigma around food, and that is not a healthy way to view food. Just one for you, Mark Wahlberg.
Yes, your most frequent claim. That there are no good and bad foods, but how can this be true? Why do you go against everything we know? For views? For your sponsors?
And I do want to, let's have a little disclaimer here. If I explain my schedule or my eating habit, let's not let your imagination run wild. And last time I did this, it got out of hand and people thought I took an hour and a half long shower.
Mark, I don't think that's what's getting out of hand here. People being concerned that you're having an hour and a half shower. It's just somewhat unsurprisingly, we saw Mark have a lot of protein here. We also saw quite a bit of fat. Credit where credit's due, Mark Wahlberg did have some carbs. We saw the sweet potato, we saw the fruits. With some celebrities, they've really rammed down our throats this idea of intermittent fasting or eating as little as possible. We're not seeing that with Mark. He didn't talk about cheat meals. Is that as positive as I can be here? Anything else? However, when we start to label foods as clean, we start to label foods as dirty, that's when I really do have a problem with these, because like I said, that creates shame around food, that creates stigma around food, which does a lot more damage than food can do. On the one hand, I think with these videos, if that's how somebody wants to eat, that's cool. You can afford to eat this way, have somebody potentially prepare this for you. I personally can't afford to be having 5 eggs, pork chops, 2 types of chicken at lunch, blah 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 blah.
Of course there should be shame around food. I should be ashamed of myself if I ate a pack of donuts. And I really feel amused how you are making fun of Mark Wahlberg, who has a whole team behind him to reach his goal.
At lunch, blah 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 blah. Also, I don't think I'd really want that. In addition, like always with these what I eat in a days, because Mark has a following, he benefits from thin privilege, he has this kind of masculinity around him that maybe people aspire to be like. And he's somewhat aspirational in that regard. These kinds of what I eat in a days can also, consciously or not, make people think, oh, if I eat like Mark Wahlberg, I'll look like Mark Wahlberg, or I'll have this lifestyle, physique, etc. And that's not how this works. We'd still all look incredibly different, because that's the wonderful thing about body diversity. We wouldn't all look the same even if we had the same lifestyle as Mark. So if that's how Mark wants to eat, that's cool, you do you, Mark. I personally just like toast. But creating a narrative around the types of food we're eating, A, I don't love, and B, these what I eat in a days can, I believe, potentially do a lot more damage than good.
I think what is said is very okay, since he did not go with the typical bodybuilding diet, only broccoli, rice and chicken. Also, his goal is not health.
Like, am I just wrong for not being concerned about my protein intake?
I couldn't eat that much food in 3 days.
I don't have time to eat that much.
There is dirty food. What if you drop it on the floor and don't get to it in 5 seconds?
Mark doesn't poo very often, does he?